legal expert, joins me on the program from England. Thank you very much for joining me. Now let's begin. How serious do you think the threats by the lawmakers are to arrest Emefiele, who occupies a position of authority as the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria?
I don't know how serious their threats are, but I know they have the power to arrest him if they want to under Section 89 of the 1999 Constitution. They can order for him to be arrested and brought before the House. They have wide-ranging powers to execute such a decision. So that should not be in dispute. I think it's Section 89 1C and D of the 1999 Constitution.
All right. Does the House have the power to arrest Emefiele, saying that he was once duly represented by the CBN Deputy Governor? You know, he hasn't outrightly ignored the invitations. Like I said, he was once represented by the CBN Deputy Governor of the Financial Systems and Stability, Aisha Ahmed. Now, is an arrest extreme?
I would think it would be extreme because it sends a very wrong signal about the independence of the CBN, and it challenges the policy on the face of it. I think such a drastic action would send serious signal and give the impression that the House is taking a stance against the policy. But having said that, I don't think that the CBN governor should refuse such an invitation, considering the fact that the decisions that is made are always subject to the oversight of the House of Assembly, and he should respect that oversight and act with respect for it. Everybody in the country is subject to those rights that are given to the House from the Constitution as representatives of the people. So I think he should respect that and engage in dialogue with them.
Well, during plenary, Gbajabiamila pointed out that the CBN Act allows the admittance of old Naira notes by banks, you know, even after it had ceased the illegal tenders. Now, why then would you say the Apex Bank fixed the January 31st deadline, knowing what the CBN Act stipulates?
Well, I'm not an expert on the CBN Act, but I would say to you quite simply that what they're trying to do on the face of it, if there are no other motives behind it, is an exemplary act to prevent the hoarding of cash illegally in different ways, illegally acquired money in Nigeria. It's a very important thing, especially during an election year. And I think that they're trying to do this. This is also part of a trend towards digitalization. You know, if you go and look at it, India has tried the same way of digitalizing its currency and preventing corruption. Because when you reduce the amount of cash transactions, you reduce the ability of people to manipulate the system and take cash against official obligations. So it's a laudable effort. The timing is also to prevent cash sloshing around the elections and make sure that people's votes are not bought. These are all things that are laudable and things that we want. But I mean, the process itself should have an oversight. There should be the House of Assembly oversight over the process, as they have over any process in Nigeria. So I think that both sides have very strong points, and we should just not allude any implicit objectives, but just the tensions of two institutions trying to get their objectives across.
Now, the reps have called for an extension of the deadline for swapping old Naira notes, which is in favor of Nigerians. Now, do you somehow foresee a crisis brewing between the House of Reps and the CBN, which may escalate and in turn affect Nigerians?
Well, I don't think it's against Nigerians to keep to this deadline. How is that possible? They would still have access to their funds. It's not that they won't have access to their funds. They have access to it other than in cash. And if there are cash transactions, they can legitimately back the sources of their income, it shouldn't be a problem at all. All they have to do is put their existing money in banks. They've had 90 days to do that. I don't think we should automatically say it's against Nigerians. However, having said that, there might be other things that are in play here that I don't know about or you don't know about. But on the face of it, there's really no real thing other than trying to work in the long-term interests of Nigerians who complain of corruption incessantly, who complain that the elites have ordered money, to try and find a way around it. There's no way you can make an omelette without cracking eggs. There's going to be some kind of process that you're going to have to go through. Now, we can't want our cake and eat it at the same time.
For those of us in Nigeria, the new Naira notes are scarce. Some of us are yet to have them in our possession. If the central bank has said it is implementing this policy in our favor, how then do we juxtapose the scarcity of the notes and the deadline by the bank?
I think that you're confusing two things. One, the process of digitalization means that you're doing your transactions without using notes at all. You can transfer money, you can find ways to exchange value without using cash. That's the goal of something like this. That being said, I don't think that for legitimate purposes, there should be the incredible difficulty people are having. You have to realize that whatever the CBN plans to do, as it is in most other policies, there are processes of implementation. Why are banks not collecting the funds that are available to them? Why are they not making it easier for people to do? Our banks are almost laws on themselves. But having said that, we can't just always throw the baby away with the bathwater. There's a process here. Let's look at the process. Let the House of Assembly look at it and say, this is where the problems are. Can it be fixed? Don't automatically say it's the deadline that is the problem. Let's find solutions that doesn't undermine the policy that has been set in place. If you extend the deadline willy-nilly, the same money that you are complaining about that has been given to kidnappers, that have been given to drug dealers, that have been given to Boko Haram, are being utilized for making life the insecurity that we complain about. So these are all things that we have to balance and see how it works. We can't talk about inconvenience and talk about insecurity. Well, the central bank is trying to mop up illegal funds. Let's support them. Let's make sure it works. And let's make sure it works without it being reckless. That's the most important point.
Well, all right now. Adewale Ajadi, political affairs analyst and legal expert, thank you for your time and your contribution.
Thank you for inviting me.
We'll take a break now, and when we return the program, we'll continue to stay with us. Welcome back. The death of Professor Uche Ikone, Abia State's People's Democratic Party PDP governorship candidate, may have created a logjam in the state as far as the March 11 election is concerned. The sad incident, which was confirmed by Ikone's son, comes barely 1 month to the 2023 general elections and has raised many questions regarding the fate of the PDP in the state and the party's next line of action, with the polls fast approaching. But what does the law say about situations such as this? Well, joining me on the program to speak on the implications this death will have on the governorship election in Abia State is Evans Ufeli, legal expert. Thank you very much for joining me on the program. All right, let's begin. There have been different reactions and opinions on what is expected of the PDP, even as the Electoral Act of 2022, as amended, has taken into consideration the action a party is expected to take in situations like this. Now, what impact would you say this death, of the PDP candidate will have on the governorship race in Abia State?
Well, the impact it's going to have is that the party must go back to the Electoral Act and consider the relevant provisions of the law. If you look at Section 29 of the Electoral Act, the new Electoral Act, it says that once a party has been nominated, okay, you cannot take that party out of the process except in two different circumstances, one of which is if the party dies or where he voluntarily withdraws from the race. And in that case, what happens next? In the case in question in Abia State, the party died. So what is required now is that they have to go back to the law, and Section 33 of the Electoral Act have already laid down procedure upon which this can be done, and it says that within 14 days, okay, the party, after the death of the deceased, the party must organize a fresh primaries to replace that candidate. So right now, it's just perhaps 3 days into the death of the party, the nominated candidate. So the party will wait between now and 14 days within which to reorganize the process. And where they organize a fresh primary election, as you know, the Electoral Act already laid the options for them. It can either be by direct primaries, indirect primaries, or by a consensus candidate. So it is left for the parties, a National Working Committee, to determine which of the options they are going to use to replace the demise candidate of the party.
Well, we saw a similar situation in 2015 when Abubakar Alduvi, Kogi APC governorship candidate, died. But thanks to the Electoral Act of 2022, the law is clear about cases like this. But is the provision of the law strong enough to prevent any crisis within the People's Democratic Party?
Well, it's strong enough because it's clear in terms, okay? It's clear in terms as to what to do. The law is not silent. In the event of death, it says within 14 days, do what you ought to do. It will lead to, there will be crisis where the party fails within 14 days to have that primaries and constitute the candidates for their flag bearer to replace the demise one. And that is only when there will be crisis, because if they exceed 14 days and they want to do it after 14 days, then that will be an invitation to litigation, because I know the opposition party will be looking critically at the PDP to see whether they will follow the due process of law or not. So it is left to the party to do as the law have stated. If they do otherwise, that is when you are going to have conflict. So 14 days is 14 days by law. So the party should put its house in order and ensure that between now and the next 14 days they are able to get a replacement via the options that I stated earlier, either through direct primaries, indirect primaries, or via a consensus candidate to that effect.
And if the due process isn't followed and, you know, a replacement isn't found in, say, 14 days, like you've said, what happens next? What are we to expect?
What will happen is that the PDP will not have a candidate for the election. That means the other political parties in the state will go for the general election, because since the PDP, if they are unable to put their house in order to get a replacement, it means that they have forfeited the process, and that will give way, that will make the chances slimmer for the contestants who are ready and who by law have complied to all the laid down laws and procedures as encaptured in the Electoral Act.
And do you somehow envisage this happening, the PDP without a governorship candidate in Abia State? Is this possible?
Well, it's not the first time. In the last election, I mean, APC didn't have a candidate in Rivers State, and APC didn't have a candidate in Zamfara State. What happened? It also has to do with primaries like this. The law says that there should be one primaries for the entire political party, and that primary should produce the flag bearer of the party. In the two states I just mentioned in the last election, that's in 2019, instead of the political party APC to have their candidates according to the dictates of the Electoral Act, they decided to duplicate functions. They broke into factions, different factions within a state in the same political party, conducted various and different primaries and produced different candidates. You understand? And when they got to court, the Supreme Court said that no, that for the fact that the political party have been deviant and have not been able to put this house in order to produce just one candidate, they were stopped from contesting election in 2019 in Rivers State and in Zamfara State. So in this case, if by virtue of the demise of the candidate of the PDP, within 14 days they are unable to put the house in order to have a replacement according to the law, it will also mean that they will have to forfeit that election to that effect. And it will not be the first time that a political party in a state will be forfeiting a governorship election.
Well, many believe the death of Uche Ikone will prove a setback, for the state governor, Okezie Ikpeazu, who is a member of the G5. But I must ask you, how much of a setback do you think this will be?
Well, it's going to be a setback to the extent that the party will need to conduct a fresh primaries. All the resources it requires, the necessary lobbying and sometimes consensus, and most times also the underlying current of dispute that this will throw up. Because remember, there are people who have interests. Okay, in the run-up to these primaries that produce Professor Uche Ikone, there were persons who possibly must have stepped down for him. There were persons who also contested against him in the race, and there were people who had different interests in the process, and he emerged. Now, unfortunately, he died in the process. These same persons who have lost interest in this position, they will all spring out again. Politicians, with their ambitions, they will come out again, and when they come out this time, it's going to be a contest and a battle. Everybody will want to win. Okay, nobody will want to lose. You may even have more contestants that may join the fore, because some other persons who didn't contest before may want to show interest to contest, and as much as they have the right to do so, the party will not stop them from doing so. Okay, remember that a contestant have a right to go to court to challenge the process, and even when within 14 days they're able to come up with a candidate, okay, and the election is contested and won, it does not stop any of the other candidates who have lost to also go to court. Remember, we just have 1 month to this election, so the fears that this might create dispute, according to you, is very valid. It's valid in the sense that we have lost time, we have lost grounds. Now it's just 1 month. 14 days is what is allowed to get the process together. More persons may want to contest, may want to join the race. And if they join the race, and after the elections, some persons who are dissatisfied or aggrieved may want to go to court again, and will the court be able to determine this matter as quickly as possible before the election commences? The court have 180 days within which to do that, on appeal 60 days. So these are the issues that is going to spring out from the PDP circle in the elections.
Well, just briefly before I let you go, now still talking about disputes, can the PDP conduct a fresh primaries void of disputes? Now, despite the crisis, the internal crisis rocking the party, do you see this happening?
Well, well, it depends on the level of maturity of the contestant, given that they should know that they just lost one of their own, okay? One of their own that they unanimously voted for, okay? So I will expect that the PDP, must approach this with a deep sense of loss and a deep sense of maturity. But except that politicians, with their way of reasoning too, sometimes they throw caution to the wind. And they get into this, the end justify the means kind of politics. The politics that sometimes does not take into cognizance the unfortunate circumstance that has just happened in the party. The same dispute arose even when the candidate died some time ago in the PDP in Kogi State, in the APC in Kogi State. So that also led to some level of crisis, because the surviving contestants also were having this. They had to go to court, from the court of first instance to the court of to the Supreme Court. Okay, we pray and we believe that perhaps because of what has happened already, that this PDP in Abia State, they will be cautious of what has happened, and they will take the necessary step to ensure that their party contests the coming election. Remember that their party is a party in power in the state. Okay, so it's a very sensitive situation. They are not opposition. They are the leading party, and now this has occurred. So it is expected that they will use their power of incumbency and the resources at their disposal to ensure that there is peace, harmony, and tranquility in the party, to enable them within 14 days conduct a fresh primaries, so that they can have a replacement for the demised candidate.
No, all right. Now, Evan Sufeli, legal expert, thank you for your time and your insights.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold, and at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in the checkup. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you will not have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you into deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit, you know.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for Western Media School,
And the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
the bulls took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
Well, thank you for staying with us. On the newsroom, I am Folashade Ogurinde. Troopers of 29 Task Force Brigade of Operation Hadinkai have reportedly arrested 13 Islamic State in West Africa Province logistics suppliers in Borno State. According to reports, the suspects were arrested on Tuesday during a raid by the troops and the Civilian Joint Task Force of the Binshek Market in Kaja, LGA. The troops of Operation Hadinkai have sustained an onslaught on the members of the Islamic State in West Africa Province, ISWAP, and other insurgent groups in the state. The Kaduna State Governor, Niso El-Rufai, has faulted the timing of the Naira redesign, saying the move makes no political or economic sense. In a televised interview on Wednesday, the governor said though the policy was the right way to go in achieving the desired change the country yearns for, the timing and deadline set for it nullified its purpose. Speaking further, El-Rufai said some unnamed people were exploiting the president's desire to enthrone a working Nigeria to frustrate his efforts. Daughter of Ike Ekweremadu, former Deputy Senate President Sonia Ekweremadu, was absent from a United Kingdom court where she is facing criminal charges. At the resumed court trial on Monday, Sonia's defense team said she was unable to attend court as she is currently in hospital with an unspecified condition. Her lawyers have also submitted a psychological report claiming she is not fit to stand trial. Consequently, the court adjourned to allow the prosecutors to examine the report. United States President Joe Biden has informed Congress that his administration will formally end 2 national emergencies declared to address the COVID-19 pandemic on May the 11th, restructuring the federal response to the virus as an endemic public health threat. The announcement was made in a statement while opposing resolutions being brought to the floor this week by House Republicans to bring the emergency to an immediate end. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has recorded 1.1 million COVID-19 deaths in the U.S. since 2020, although the death rate has dropped dramatically since vaccines became widely available. President Muhammad Buhari says there is currently a 100% broadband penetration across the country. The president said this at the maiden digital economic conference of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, held in Abuja on Tuesday. He explained that from 23% coverage in 2019, the federal government had increased the broadband penetration by 77% to 100% in 2023. The United States is reading more than $2 billion worth of military aid for Ukraine that is expected to include longer-range rockets for the first time, as well as other ammunitions and weapons. The U.S. had sent approximately $27.2 billion worth of security assistance to Ukraine since Russia's February 2022 invasion. In sports, Manchester United's Axel Tuanzebe has joined Stoke City on loan until the end of the season with no option or obligation to Trafford on deadline day to make a move to the Championship club in search of more regular minutes after he returned to training earlier in January following a lengthy injury layoff. He last played a competitive match on loan at Napoli in the Coppa Italia back in January 2022. And that's it from the newsroom. To join us at the top of the hour for more stories, I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be
And the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the Creative Director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan, but we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste, and I realized that each time we meet a new person, and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and the people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together, there's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, and that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste, that people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now, if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I asked myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I asked myself again, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I asked myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the Waste Museum is very big, like on a community, like a 20-acre, 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot. And I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the Waste Museum. And we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, they're like, waste? You mean waste, Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, Idoti? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see. Because we want to show you crazy stuff that you can do with waste. So the reception has been interesting. There's been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Oh, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your lives will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animals, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the woman. My vision is for it to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents, we'll have universities, we'll have hotels, we'll have rooms, we'll have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste. Plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedrooms, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, you will see all this. We don't want to talk. We want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to coming into the Waste Museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do it, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized, by the grace of God, in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the creation. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you are done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waste. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins, and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So it means that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking this question: why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions, and then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these waste to is to turn them into a work of art. And art is very versatile. Art is very, very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already. And then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it. And so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Ecopreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new, because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trying a trial and error. We will fail today, we'll bounce up, we'll learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field, and we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before, they went to school to go and learn how to do artwork. But now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste. Because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you. Waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste. Because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing. And so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste. Because at least when you sleep, you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste. And it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours to it. It means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. For as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back, then you from there spread it to your own community. So that way, we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like the tentacles that can reach the world. So, as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. If you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is you want to cut down all the trees on it. Those trees that you've just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant another. For every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it's not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books, because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
The majestic River Niger. Rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I can have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you are just you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side, I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, after every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge, and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The Second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3 kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammadu Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger Bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water, and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to deal with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads. But both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on, that's secondary. Important, let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Ujoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger Bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge, we will talk about the local Oweto Bridge, we will talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt, we will talk about the new runway in Enugu, we will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger Bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation, Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the Southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the Southeast, a lot. And even South-South, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for South, it's also for South-South.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
Left Nigeria 2016 July, went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on a truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On a normal ground, that Hilux would not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top of the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished, and we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb all my beards and my hair, makeup, and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So we greet the soldiers, they will allow us to pass. That was how I passed through, and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli, I had to move to seaside, Sabrata, where I will cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boats that we entered was having a leakage. So from there, that leakage, where the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, you see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison and spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a prison called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. You, at times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome again to the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu. The Central Bank of Nigeria has clarified the position of the Apex Bank Chief Godwin Emefiele that owed 200, 500 and 1,000 naira notes will be accepted after the February 10, 2023 fresh deadline. Speaking with newsmen in Abuja on Tuesday, the Director of the Corporate Communications Department at the CBN, Osicha Nwanisobi, explained that the old notes would cease to be legal tender after February 10, 2023 and can no longer be used for any form of transaction afterward. Nwanisobi said after the deadline, Nigerians will be able to redeem the face value of the naira only at the CBN and not at commercial banks. He also added that the acceptance will be subject to meeting certain conditions. President Muhammadu Buhari has officially launched the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, MOFI, which was originally set in 1959 through an Act of Parliament as a custodian of federal government's investments in various government-linked companies and government-owned enterprises. Inaugurating the Governing Council, Board of Directors and an executive management team of the Ministry of Finance Incorporated at the Council chambers, President Buhari tasked the new Governing Council and the board to raise the value of the MOFI's portfolio from the current 18 trillion naira to 100 trillion naira by 2033. The House of Representatives has partly approved the request made by President Muhammadu Buhari on ways and means advances from the Central Bank of Nigeria. While the House approved the structuring of 1 trillion naira WMAs, the lawmakers dropped the request for 22 trillion naira from the CBN. This was based on the recommendation by the Joint Committees on Finance, Banking and Currency and AIDS, Loans and Debts Management, laid, considered and adopted by the House in plenary. The head of the United Nations Health Agency, Tedros Ghebreyesus, says COVID-19 is still a global health threat and that now is not the time to declare the pandemic over. Tedros' decision follows the advice offered at the latest Coronavirus Emergency Committee meeting last Friday, held at the World Health Organization in Geneva. Ghebreyesus also said that although the world is in a better position than a year ago, when Omicron infections surged, more than 170,000 COVID-19 related deaths have been reported globally in just the last 8 weeks. And oil prices rose on Wednesday as signs of slowing inflation in the United States eased fears that the world's largest oil user may face a recession because of further interest rate hikes, and a weaker dollar supported some buying interest. Brent crude futures gained 8 cents to $85 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate $79 a barrel. Both benchmarks were up for a second day after gaining about 1% in the previous session. On the global scene, the International Monetary Fund (IMF) has reached a staff-level agreement with Cameroon that will give the country access to about $74.6 million. With the agreement, Cameroon will have access to the fund once a review is formally completed by the IMF Executive Board in early March 2023. Since November 2021, the Central African country has been battling with high inflation, driven mainly by shortage and increase of the price of staple goods. In sport, Tottenham Hotspur head coach Antonio Conte is scheduled to undergo immediate surgery after suffering severe abdominal pain early on Wednesday morning. Following the abdominal pain, Conte was diagnosed with cholecystitis and is to have his gallbladder removed immediately. The Italian manager is expected to miss a number of games following the surgery. Now that's the latest from the newsroom. Join us at the top of the hour for more updates. Thank you for watching.
For joining us on another episode of Startups, where we acknowledge efforts of entrepreneurs who are oiling the wheels of Nigeria's economy. On the program today, I'll be speaking to the CEO of a company who mentors and accelerates the best high-impact entrepreneurs in the country, supporting them to scale their companies and multiply their impact for the benefit of Nigeria's economy. Come along.
We exist to help entrepreneurs dream bigger, scale up, and pay it forward. We believe that job creation, wealth lies in the hands of entrepreneurs, and we believe our mission is that entrepreneurs can truly transform economies. My name is Tosin Fanirodada, and I am the Managing Director and CEO at Endeavor Nigeria.
In recent years, Nigeria's push to strengthen the capacity of small and medium-scale enterprises has tripled the number of startups in the country. But this growing sector is often plagued with issues surrounding access to capital, as well as network to potential investors for global development. Armed with a vision to salvage this trend, Endeavor International opened a country office in Nigeria in 2018 to help Nigerian entrepreneurs dream bigger and scale up successfully.
We live on the premise that entrepreneurs, high-impact entrepreneurs, really change economies, and it's a non-profit organization. Having jobs, creating and creating wealth and transforming economies and emerging markets is what makes us happy. We help them to dream big, and how do we do it? We provide access to demand-driven services for them, so access to capital, for instance. We help them, we invest in them, and we also help them to raise capital. We help with talent as well. We help with mentorship. So we have a global community of over 4,000 mentors, and so we help them with access to these mentors. We also help them with peers as well. Because we're the leading global community, we have over 2,000 entrepreneurs in our portfolio in different markets, different regions, different emerging markets and underserved markets. And so we're able to connect, for instance, an entrepreneur in Nigeria who is currently going through a challenge with an entrepreneur in Mexico, for instance, who's gone through that challenge already. And our entrepreneurs really like our peer-to-peer community. And lastly, we help with access to market. Again, because we're in 40 markets, it's easier for us to have conversations around scaling to a different market that we have an office in. We're able to help you with like industry deep dives in that particular market, and also help you with introductions, commercial introductions through our mentor network in that particular market as well.
Endeavor Nigeria's mode of operation is quite simple. They survey the local startup market, identify companies that are on the verge of scaling, and foster positive business relationships in order to usher in a new era of growth for them.
We're very close to the network and to the ecosystem in general, and so we tend to know the entrepreneurs that are on that verge to be scale-ups or on that trajectory to be scale-ups, and we tend to stay close to them. We tend to even start the journey much earlier than when they're ready to be Endeavor entrepreneurs. And so we would have a first call or first meeting with the entrepreneur, get to know the entrepreneur better, get to know their business better, see where they are in terms of how they fit into our selection process. It starts with a meeting with the team, and then you move to the second stage, which then goes into something we call second opinion reviews. And this is where we have mentors in our network. It could be our local network or a global network, assessing a company, assessing the entrepreneur, seeing if the business is scalable, seeing if the entrepreneur will be transparent in terms of being able to listen to feedback and grow from feedback, and also ensuring that the business is at an inflection point, meaning that where the business is today with Endeavor's support and Endeavor's network, growth will be turbocharged to the next level. And so that's on selection, and then once they come into the network, we then support them with our services. But it's through relationships. It could also be through referrals. So referrals from other entrepreneurs in the network, referrals from mentors in the network, referrals from board members as well, and also from the team.
In just 3 years of operations, Endeavor Nigeria has given support to 24 entrepreneurs who are decision makers in more than 10 startups, including unicorns, and have continued to record accelerating growth.
We've grown the network, so now we have 24 entrepreneurs leading 13 companies, which is not bad for an office that is less than 5 years old. We have 33 mentors. I think we added about 12 to 15 mentors this year. We've grown the team. We're now a team of 8. Our entrepreneurs, our portfolio companies are doing really well. We do have a unicorn in our portfolio. We also have so many other companies that are raising. Some of them have raised their Series B round. Some of them are currently closing that round and also moving to their Series C. But I think what's really important is that these companies are creating jobs and creating wealth. So just from an Endeavor Nigeria portfolio, in 2020, our portfolio companies made $250 million plus in revenue for the Nigerian market, for the Nigerian economy, and that's That's a lot for less than 20 companies. And also, if you just look at jobs, for instance, Endeavor portfolio companies have created over 100,000 jobs in Nigeria.
But like all great visions, its actualization did not come cheap. Bringing entrepreneurs on board does not come on a platter of gold. The chief executive officer of the company, Tosin Fanirodada, says it's been a learning curve and the company is fast improving and surmounting its early problems.
In terms of challenges, on the selection side, it could be something as timing, for instance. Entrepreneurs are busy, some of them are raising capital, some of them are dealing with 100 employees for the first time, some of them are dealing with regulators, so they have so many other priorities and challenges that they're dealing with. And so sometimes we have to be patient and not be a distraction and enable them to focus on whatever priorities or challenges they're dealing with at that time. And so sometimes that can slow the selection process down. If I go to servicing, once they become Endeavor entrepreneurs, it's pretty much whatever they're going through, so whatever challenges they're currently facing.
In October 2021, Endeavor Nigeria launched its special scale-up program. For 10 weeks, 7 entrepreneurs from 4 companies were given intensive training on how to address common but critical issues which often determine the very survival of a company.
The Scale-Up program is an accelerator program through which we're providing support to the most exciting, fast-growing companies in the Nigerian tech ecosystem. There are 4 core aspects of the program. The first aspect is mentorship. So before we started the program, we kind of talked to each company to find out their strategic challenges. So each company was paired with a mentor. So each company has had at least one mentorship session with their paired mentor. And then the next, next aspect of the program is workshops, and these workshops are led by Endeavor entrepreneurs and our board members, and these are literally just workshops on things like storytelling, how to build your team, and hiring and things like that. And so we've had those workshops and those have gone pretty well. And another thing we've done is make commercial introductions, so introductions to people within the network or companies within the network, and we've done that for 1 or 2 companies. So that's mostly how the program has gone.
Bringing the majority of high-impact entrepreneurs in the country on its network, as well as fostering economic growth on a larger scale, are some of the paramount projections of Endeavor Nigeria.
2 things for me actually. One is to bring as many high-impact entrepreneurs, if not all high-impact entrepreneurs in Nigeria, into the network to truly help them scale, to help them think global, and to help them pay it forward. And the second is this thing that we talk about, the multiplier effect, which is what our event, Catalyzing Conversations, that we just finished, was themed on. And for us, the multiplier effect is, one, just creating big bubbles in the ecosystem. So having successful entrepreneurs who have been able to raise capital, who have been able to scale their businesses, having them reinvest their time and money in the next generation of entrepreneurs. You're able to unlock other sectors. So if we get payments right, for instance, we can unlock commerce, we can unlock logistics. If we get healthcare right, we can unlock financing for hospitals, because then there's a track record and then there's data to help these hospitals digitize them and grow as well.
In 2021, startups in the country raised $1.27 billion in investments, representing 44% of the total funding raised in Africa. However, with services that Endeavor Nigeria is offering, these incredible feats might just be a starting point for the country's startups ecosystem. You'll agree with me that everybody needs a push here and there to be able to achieve their full potentials, right? But I believe you'll also be impressed to know that another startup in Lagos is helping Nigerian farmers achieve their full production potentials through the use of hardware and software solutions.
the future of food processing in Africa is decentralized, and that primary processors are the first people that add value to crops after the farm need to be located as close to the farmers as possible so that we can be engaged and involved in making those farmers more productive and helping them on a path towards prosperity. I'm Ikenna and Zoe. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Relief.
From being a toast of international market, oil palm farming in Nigeria is now a shadow of its former self. The country's palm oil production sector, which used to boom in the past, is now struggling to meet local demand. Being a crop that requires serious processing power, farmers go through a lot to extract vegetable oil from the palm kernels. They often use rocks and other inappropriate hardware to break the kernels, and what they get is low-quality oil palm, largely unfit for high-quality vegetable oil manufacturing. Two young Nigerian entrepreneurs, Ikenna Nzewi and Uzoma Yogu, saw a problem that can be fixed. In 2017, they established Relief. With its technology-driven solution, Relief is able to make cracking oil palm nuts as easy as a pie for these farmers.
Today, smallholder farmers use rocks to process their palm nuts. So what they'll have is they'll have a rock on the floor, they'll put a palm nut on top, and then they'll have a rock in their hand and crack open the nuts. As you can imagine, this is a very slow process, and it impacts the quality of the palm kernels that the farmers are able to create. And so many of the palm kernels are cracked and messed up, which leads them to go rotten more quickly, or the smallholder farmers include some of the shell from the nut with the kernels, which also messes up the food processing process. So when farmers first meet Relief, they're surprised that we buy the palm nuts, because generally people will wait until the farmer has cracked the nuts and then they buy the kernel from the farmers. But we go a step earlier and we buy the nuts from the farmers, we deshell them with our proprietary technology, Kraken, and then process them into vegetable oil, which is then sold to consumer brands. So farmers are a little bit surprised that we buy the commodity that we do at first, but they're very excited to work with us because we provide financing to enable them to increase their productivity. And then all the loans that we give them, they are able to pay back those loans with the palm nuts. So basically the byproduct, those nuts, which used to be a headache for them to process, they can now use these nuts to basically access working capital to grow their businesses. So it's a win-win situation that's created for both smallholders, Relief, and the consumer brands that we supply.
Relief basically provides capital funds and loans to farmers in exchange for the palm nuts. They buy the nuts and process them into palm oil using cracking, a machine they created, then sell the oil to processors and local manufacturers.
We operate a network of smart factories with proprietary processing equipment that we've developed ourselves. And we use these factories to buy raw materials from smallholder farmers, process them, and then sell inputs to consumer brands that you would use or find in your supermarket. It first starts with us selecting the site for a factory. We select factories where we can work very close with smallholder farmers within 50 kilometers of that factory. We then go out and make outreach to the farmers, explain to them how our business works and the value that we can provide them, and then we buy their raw materials, process them, and sell the finished goods. So what we do very tangibly today is that we buy palm nuts from smallholder farmers, we crack them with our proprietary machinery, which is called Kraken, and then we sell vegetable oil to consumer brands that use it. So when we enter a community, we finance the ladies first. So generally we'll finance 100% female beneficiaries for the first couple months of working in a community. The thought process there is that oftentimes the women in communities are more willing to try out financing schemes and fulfill fulfill their side of the bargain. And as other members of the community see that the financing scheme creates a win-win solution and that the farmer makes more money and Relief makes more money, we give them cash so that they can buy more palm fruit and mill it and create more palm oil for themselves. And then the nuts or the byproduct that used to give them a headache are what they use to pay off that loan. So we get nuts in exchange for the loans that we've provided them.
Due to the economic impact of the coronavirus in 2020, food prices globally have continued to be on the rise. Prices of vegetable oils in particular have surged, showing an increase by almost 110% over the past year. But with more money and knowledge of agricultural best practices that Relief is providing for the farmers on their network, they can improve their production capacity.
Food commodity prices have increased as a result of COVID and just a higher level of uncertainty. And some of those effects are expected to last for the next year or two. And so the best thing that we can do in the market today is to create a platform for more productivity and more supply. When there's more supply in a commodity market, prices go down, right? So if you look at oil palm smallholders in Nigeria today, they are literally at 10% of the potential yields that they could be getting from their trees. So we could make them 10 times richer if we are able to invest in cultivating their oil palm trees correctly. And that is a multiple year investment process that's required to restore the efficiency of these trees. But on the other side is a 10x opportunity in these folks' income. So when we see high food prices and high food prices for consumers, we have an opportunity to increase the productivity of farmers so that there's more supply in the market to meet the demand. Nigeria's population grows at about 3% per annum. We'll be the third most populous country by 2050. And so we need to start helping smallholders focus on food production rather than having them involved in every step of the value chain, from cracking nuts with rocks to finding traders to transport their stuff to, etc. The food factories in the country need to do a better job of helping smallholders focus on farming, and that's what Relief's role is.
Nzewi says the quality of their product as well as high demand enables them break seamlessly into a competitive vegetable oil market in the country.
Our buyers pay us in advance for our vegetable oil because the country has far more demand for vegetable oil than it does supply. There are estimates that peg Nigeria as having twice the amount of demand for vegetable oil than supply. Others cite about 60% more demand than supply. And so we're certainly in a seller's market. Now, the government of Nigeria and the central bank has made oil palm a priority crop and is creating a local environment for domestic production to be more productive. And so they've banned the importation of vegetable oil in order to promote the local economy, which makes this a domestic market that can be managed and operated and scaled by local firms, which really excites us because there's a great opportunity to take this oil palm, which is quite honestly a natural resource that has been in Nigeria and West Africa since the beginning of time, and to make it productive to serve the needs of the people and the communities in which it grows. And so that's our role at Relief, is to drive more productivity through the decentralization of food processing, but with a real focus on creating the environment for rural industrialization and more prosperity.
Despite having an edge in quality of production, Relief has kept its products affordable. Since its break into the market 6 years ago, it now services over 2,000 smallholder farmers.
We have just finished closing a $4.2 million seed rounding of funding. We have also began the patenting process of our technology, Kraken, and it's now patent pending technology. And we work with over 2,000 smallholder farmers in the Niger Delta. So I believe our impact is already beginning to become very tangible. We have both the capital, the machinery, and the smallholders to make a big difference, and that is our intention.
Due to the gap in production and demand, Nigeria spends $500 million annually on oil palm imports. The sector has 60% more demand than it produces. The best way to meet this demand is to invest in and create scalable solutions for smallholder farmers, which Relief is currently doing. On this edition of Startups. Thanks for being a part of it. Till next time, I am Abisola Adebayo.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Emma nata mi ro hwe ure pigbe wu. Emma nata mi ro hwe pe wa wo le bile ko yen re. You know go mi yan na dran de wuga. Lo wo lo iku do re. We no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo. Ohun lo wa.
We want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat. That the last one boat will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If we are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos state government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear. For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence. So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos state government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos state government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estate Limited, threatens not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
You know, Gomiya na drown de deuga. Lo wolo ikudore. We no mi do lo do wa do lo. Wa wolo wa. Ebe we mi no le biya. Mma motan o do drown lo wa. Do wolo ji wa. Wolo we tin ne mo do gbogbo le. O we le ye jodi. Ye jodi ye hon ya. You know, Gomiya no we godo de ma e me se gba ni o. To lo de omi. Wa you know Gomiya de. You know Gomiya de drown de e de wa Gomi do go wa. Mi ga maganya enda wa mi no go ile da mi hu we no mi ahu bi le ndu mi ti le ndu fa mi no le ndu ino wo le wa mi do amo dedege lo sino gbo mi ya bona dran de lo eden ma wo le wa go de wa yo re we jo yen wo le bi le po do papata bi.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging come, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody pass, that boat will be there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko, Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In the disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries.
ye je nle sin sanji do yan be me le ron to o me ro wo lonu e gan le bo mi mo gan le bo e jo ro wo lonu do ni jo lo me mo so ya mi gbele bo do wo lonu.
Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí ọkọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ a fẹ́ a like ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀ díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bùté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ a fẹ́ kó wọn sí a lè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukùl ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dáa.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they would develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okwagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torugbame. They just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torugbame people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do. And you now chase them to, they run into Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can move outside, they use the sand to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during the Otodogbame forced eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the Bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estate Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We heard that they signed. They signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you will take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it to an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises three major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and a vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Maroko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Maroko.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime. That 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us a say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 8 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, no window, no door, no nothing. Like this breeze now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers, for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by yourself.
While the eviction has been described As one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year, we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is the landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court, we complained, they said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people we are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the aircon owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Yes, we are the end-class protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be one Voduma and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the news on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. Gunmen have attacked the Idemili South local government office of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in Anambra State. The gunmen were also said to have attacked the Nobi police station. A teenager was killed while another sustained gunshot injury in the police station attack. Spokesperson of the Anambra Police Command, Tochukwu Ikenga, who confirmed the incident, said the police command has reinforced security deployment in the state following the attack. In Kaduna State, Governor Nasir El-Rufai says the ruling All Progressives Congress did not promise to retain fuel subsidy or redesign the Naira notes. Speaking during a televised interview on Wednesday, El-Rufai said the Naira redesign policy is not in the party's manifesto but a personal decision. He said the party had advised the president to remove fuel subsidy, which he described as a Nigerian problem, but President Buhari retained the subsidy because he believed that its removal would have adverse effects on Nigerians. The Supreme Court has fixed February 6 for final judgment in the long-drawn legal battle over the authenticity of a senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress for Yobe North Senatorial District. Entangled in the legal battle for the senatorial ticket are the incumbent Senate President Ahmed Lawan and Bashir Machina. Justice Chima Nweze, who presided over a 5-man panel of justices of the court, fixed the date after taking arguments from counsel of both parties. APC, which is rooting for Senate President Ahmed Lawan as its senatorial candidate, filed the appeal against the judgments of the Federal High Court and Court of Appeal, which held Bashir Machina as the party's candidate. And in COVID stories, United States President Joe Biden has informed Congress that his administration will formally end 2 national emergencies declared to address the COVID-19 pandemic on May 11, restructuring the federal response to the virus as an endemic public health threat. The announcement comes as legislators have already ended elements of the emergencies that kept millions of Americans. In business, a committee of the Senate has given the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy a 48-hour ultimatum to account for the 13.9 billion naira is collected from service-wide votes from 2017 to 2021. Chairman of the Committee on Public Accounts, Matthew Urogide, gave the ultimatum to William Allo, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry. The Ministry had failed to tender documentary evidence on how it spent 13.9 billion naira during the period under review. Tunisian President Kais Saied has issued a decree extending the state of emergency that has been in place of the country since November 2015. The state of emergency was extended until the end of December of this year. The initial declaration of a state of emergency in November 2015 followed a bombing targeting a bus transporting presidential guard forces, which killed 12 people. The latest move comes as Tunisia's main opposition parties have accused Saied of a power grab after he implemented a series of measures expanding his powers and curbing those of elected institutions. And in sports, British athletics great Mo Farah has said this year's London Marathon will likely be his last as he contemplates the end of a brilliant career. The 40-year-old is best known for his success on the track, winning gold in the 5,000 and 10,000 meters at both the London 2012 and Rio 2016 Olympic Games, as well as several world titles across both distances. Farah has ruled out competing at the 2024 Olympics in Paris, but may yet try to finish his time as a British international at this year's World Championships in Budapest. Well, that's all on the newsroom. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
장애인은 우선은 사실 무언가를 잘 못한다.
그리고 일반 사회에서는 또 경제적인 효용성, 장애인을 포함시키려면 돈이 많이 들어 라고 하는 이런 편견들이 있죠. 장애라고 하는 디서빌리티는 사실 각각의 장애인이 내 등에 짊어지고 다니는 게 아니라는 거죠. 근데 그게 가지고 있는 것으로서 자동으로 장애가 발생되는 게 아니라 사실은 내가 가지고 있는 그런 결함들이 나를 둘러싸고 있는 사회적 환경 또는 사람들의 태도 이런 것과 부딪혀서 이제 상호작용을 할 때 그때 이제 장애가 된다는 거죠. 그들을 disabled 하게 만드는 거는 그들 자신이 아니라 우리 사회다라고 하는 거. 그러다 보면 이제 우리 동시대를 살고 있는 우리 개개인의 어떤 책무성 이런 것들이 좀 느껴질 거라고 생각합니다.
마음도 굉장히 예쁘고 부드럽고 정확하고 사랑이 되게 많이 주는 것 같아요. 근데 이제 대부분 자폐 친구들 갖고 있는 강박이라는 불안 때문에 겪는 어떤 도전적인 행동이 이제 오해를 일으킬 뿐이지 한소리 자체로서는 정확하고 사랑 많고 늘 나눌 준비가 되어 있는 친구 같아요. 엄마 봐요. 앞에. 늘 하는 얘기지만 뭐 스케치북이 감당이 안 돼서 나중에 A4 용지와 한 문씩 하는 거를 하루 아니면 하루 반 만에 다 소진을 했거든요. 어떤 분들은 너무 그 그림이 좋다고 하시는 거예요. 저는 너무 싫은 거예요. 왜냐하면 무슨 그림을 그리고 나서 자기 감정에 쑥 들어갔다가 거기서 막 헤매는 느낌을 받아서 그 한 소리로서는 너무나 큰 자폐에 있는 것 같아서 제가 그걸 빼내느라고 그림을 못 그리게 했었어요. 청소년기에는 이제 이렇게 그룹으로 할 때만 그리게 했고 어렸을 때 그런 상처 때문에 굉장히 예쁜 색을 다 칠해놓고도 그 위에다 검정색으로 다 뒤덮었어요. 근데 그림은 성장인 것 같아요. 그 아들의 그림, 어릴 때 그림을 쭉 보면은 이게 성장이고 심리적인 변화구를 볼 수가 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 어렸을 때는 예쁘게 칠했다가 새까만 색으로 다 엎었다가 그 새까만 색이 없어지고 예쁜 색이 남아있다가 나중에는 선으로 또 자기 마음을 표현을 하고 점으로 표현하고 그렇게 그림 성장을 하는 것을 보게 되었습니다.
어릴 때 그 두돌 그때는 장애라는 생각은 아직 안 들었었고 겉으로 보이는 것은 하나도 뭐가 나타나는 게 없었으니까. 그런데 이제 굉장히 인지가 떨어지고 안이 산만하고 언어가 일단 되지가 않고 이제 그래서 이제 이것저것 검사하면서 나중에 이제 심한 학습 장애를 가진 지적 장애죠. 이제 그렇게 제가 이제 판정을 받았는데 그 원주에서 한 10년 살면서 굉장히 변로산으로 많이 뛰어다니면서 놀고 그래서 지금 그리는 것도 주로 다 그런 자연을 많이 그리는 게 그런 이유에서 그런 것 같아요. 굉장히 활발하고 명랑하고 사랑스러운 딸입니다. 혜신이가 정말 감성이 풍부하다는 걸 제가 알았어요. 그렇게 감성이 풍부한 아이니까 막 흥분해가지고 엄마 무슨 말 하고 싶어서 막 뛰어와서 뭐라고 하는데 못 알아듣겠으니까 뭐라고? 그러면은 또 한 번 말할 때 응? 그러면 그 다음에는 그냥 아니야 그러면서 이렇게 시무룩해서 가고, 그러니까 제가 그걸 볼 때마다 마음이 너무 슬퍼서 내가 갖고 있는 이런 막 그 흥분되고 격한 그 뭘 봤을 때 기쁘고 막 이런 것들을 얘기하고 싶은 걸 말로는 안 되는구나. 엄마조차도 그걸 못 알아듣는구나. 내가 그러면 그림으로 한번 네 마음을 표현해봐라. 그러면서 이렇게 그냥 그림을 그리게 해준 거지. 무슨 뭐 화가가 되려고 그런 생각도 해본 적도 없고, 이제 그래서 하기 시작했는데, 조금씩 우리 발달장애 아이들 몇 명이 그룹으로 선생님한테 이렇게 지도를 받았는데, 그 선생님이 그러시더라고. 혜진이는 얘한테 참 독특한 게 있어요. 아, 혜진이는 자기 속에 그리고 싶은 것들이 있구나. 이게 안 나와서 그렇지. 그러니까 그런 욕구가 강하다는 거를 선생님들이 먼저 알아보시더라고요. 그래서 그냥 조금씩 이렇게 해주다가 고등학교 때는 진짜 갈 데가 없죠. 그런데 고등학교 입시미술학원에 선생님께 부탁을 했어요. 특별히 가까이 학원에서 그냥 뭘 그릴지 몰라도 한번 데리고 있어봐 달라고. 몇 개월이 지나서 알았어요. 혜진이 왜 이렇게 꽃과 나무와 이런 자연을 너무너무 그리고 싶어 한다는 거를 어떤 기회를 통해서 알아서, 그때부터 혜진이가 이제 쫙쫙쫙 그림을 그리기 시작해가지고 선생님이 이제 능력을 보셨어요. 그래서 고등학교 졸업하면서 바로 전시회를 해준 거예요.
WHO가 2011년도에 월드 리포트를 발간을 했어요. 근데 거기에서 밝히기를 전 세계 15%의 인구, 즉 10억 명 정도가 장애인이라는 겁니다. 근데 그 수치는 우리 7명 중에 1명이 장애인인 거예요. 그럼 제 주변에 7분 중에 1명이 장애인이어야 되잖아요. 제가 학교 다닐 때 그럼 우리 교실에서 그 많은 비율의 장애 친구들이 있었는지, 또는 내가 일하는 일터에 우리 골목에, 내가 사는 우리 집에 우리 골목에 7명 중 1명의 장애인이 있는지 없잖아요. 지금 수십 년이 20년이 더 흘렀는데도 지금도 그런 비율로 없거든요. 그렇다면은 우리의 다수가 살기 조금 더 편하고 이런 뭐랄까요, 경제 효용적인 사회를 위해서 따로 이렇게 잘 배치를 한 거잖아요. 그래서 프로텍션을 하면서 다른 비장애인들이 누릴 수 있는 그 여러 일상 속의 다양한 기회들이 있잖아요. 근데 이것까지 이제 송두리째 앗아가 버리는 거라고 저는 생각을 해요.
In the Asia Pacific region, there are about 470 million people who are of working age, and data shows that disproportionately persons with disabilities have difficulties finding decent work, and this leads to increased rates of poverty among persons with disabilities. And we have found throughout history social exclusion and social injustices and inequality, they all lead to conflict and social discourse. So in order to prevent conflict, it is absolutely critical to make sure that everybody is included in these efforts to build a harmonious and just society.
제 개인적인 견해일 수도 있겠습니다만은 장애는 벽이 될 수는 예술에서는 없다고 생각합니다. 장애에 대한 그 편견은 학습이나 경험에 의해서 생긴다고 생각을 했어요. 인간 본성이 편견이 있다라고 말하는 사람도 있습니다만은 학습이나 경험에 의해서 편견이 생겼다면 좋은 경험과 학습으로 편견을 줄이거나 없앨 수 있다라고 생각을 했었고, 장애인들은 항상 뭔가 은혜를 받는 존재, 우리는 베푸는 그 존재라는 게 사실은 쉐어가 아니라 디바이드라는 개념이 강해서 그런 거를 깨고자 이번 전시를 마련했습니다. 이번 전시는 그 아셉 2020에 이어서 그 두 번째에 해당하는 그 발달장애 아티스트 특별 초대전입니다. 국내 작가들 그 43명의 100여 점의 작품으로 진행을 하게 된 그런 전시입니다. 예술의 전당은 저희 나라에서는 그 가장 큰 전시장으로서 그 보통 그 일반 작가들도 이쪽에서 전시를 한 번 하는 걸 큰 영광으로 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 상업 전시에 이번에 틀을 마련을 해서 무조건 기회만 주는 게 아니라 제대로 된 좋은 기회. 그러면 사람이 이렇게 작품을 보는 눈도 달라지거든요. 그 장애인들에 대한 전시는 그냥 와서 봐주는 거. 시간 되면 가서 볼게. 공짜 티켓 줘. 이런 개념들이 컸습니다만은 당당하게 이 친구들은 자기들의 상상력을 수많은 시간의 땀과 열정으로 이렇게 우리들 앞에 선물을 준 거기 때문에 사실은 이거는 저희들이 정당한 비용을 지불을 하고 그 상업 전시로서의 자리매김을 해야 돼요. 그래야 이 친구들도 언젠가는 재정적으로 독립을 할 수가 있고 사회에서 저 친구들은 평생 우리가 경제적으로 도움을 줘야 돼. 이런 느낌이 강하잖아요. 그래서 그런 것들을 깨는 게 이번 중요한 목적 중에 하나입니다.
비장애 작가들의 작품들보다 더 상상력이 뛰어나다고 느꼈습니다.
너무 멋진데?
쉬어가지고
감사합니다. 너무 멋져요.
작가님과 같이 사진 찍어서 되게 기분이 좋았는데요. 우리 이제 비장애인, 우리 사회에서 그분들을 충분히 받아들여줄 그 마음이 되어 있고 어떤 조건이 되어 있을 때 이분들의 재능이 사회에 기여될 수 있는 그런 기회를 줄 수 있지 않나. 그럼 그게 비장애인들에게도 도움이 될 수 있는 그런 장이 있을 거라고 분명히 생각하고요. 더 많은 이런 기회가 있었으면 참 좋겠다고 생각이 듭니다.
네, 사실 세상은 이미 본래적으로 다양하다고 생각합니다. 그런데 그 다양한 주체들이 그냥 있는 그대로 다양하게 참여하게 되면 그것이 다양성 있는 사회가 되는데 인클루전이라는 게 사실 어디에 내가 속하는 거잖아요. 그래서 이런 참여의 기회가 계속 보장이 된다면 자연스럽게 그 구성원이 다양해지는 거고, 그렇다면 그 구성원들을 위한 어떤 정책을 만들거나 제도를 만들거나 서비스를 만들거나 할 때도 자연스럽게 이제 그 다양한 목소리가 이제 들어갈 거라고 생각이 돼서 허들에 걸려서 못 넘어왔던 장벽이 없어지고 이제 자연스러운 이제 참여가 일어나게 된다면 저는 우리 사회가 조금 더 포용적이고 그렇다면 이제 다양한 목소리들을 내게 되는 그런 사회로 갈 거라고 생각을 합니다.
우리 모두가 조금 더 오픈해서 비껴주고 이해해주고 좀 참아주면은 더불어서 함께 잘 살 수 있다고 생각이 들어요.
이 사람들이 겉으로 보이는 모습과 보이지 않는 이 사람들의 내면의 생각들, 마음들이 세상을 보는 눈이 이렇게 찬란하고 이렇게 다정하고 이렇게 재미나고 벽이 없구나. 저는 개인적으로 회신을 하고 살면서 인생에 정말 뭐가 본질일까, 뭐가 정말 중요한 걸까라는 거를 매번 생각하게 되거든요. 효율적인 것으로 너네들이 보여줄 테니까 여기 있어, 우리끼리 갈게, 이렇게 하는 것은 실적이 좋을 수 있지만 과연 그것이 질 높은 삶인지는 생각해 봐야지 되는 거죠.
이 장애 문제는 각 가정에서 해결할 수 있는 문제가 아니에요. 같이 가야 돼. 사회가 같이 가지고 그리고 이웃이 같이 가지고 더불어서 살아야 된다고 생각을 하는데, 공평한 건 뭐냐면 우리에게 없는 게 그들에게 있어요. 그들에게 없는 게 우리에게 있잖아요. 그거 사실은 교환하면 된다고 생각해요. 우리가 가지고 있는 건강함을 나누고 그들이 가지고 있는 다름을 우리가 받고 이러면 정말 멋진 세상이 될 것 같아요.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold, and at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in Shabbat camps. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you now have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you in the deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit, you know.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Many thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom at Lagos State Emergency Management Authority, LASEMA. So there's no media school, one bedroom, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Danfo is the most recognizable cultural icon or artifact as it is in Lagos currently. You know, when you look at every city in the world, most cities have like a particular structure or object or something you can use to represent or identify them. Lagos has quite a number of artifacts, but I think and I believe Danfo is like an outstanding cultural artifact that once you put it, it symbolizes Lagos, and everybody who knows Lagos can easily recognize Lagos with the Danfo. So I feel it's the best thing to do by using Danfo to create my art, or using it as my major means of telling my artistic stories. Portraits of public figures in Lagos. It's a collection that is talking about people who play important role in our day-to-day lives in Lagos, just like the truck pusher, like the market woman, the Okada man, the keke rider, and even the conductors and the admirers. They are making Lagos going and keep Lagos moving. So I believe when we talk about public figures, some people might want to think about some particular people who really are not serving the public. So I believe these people have been playing important roles, and they've been serving people over the years. Have you ever imagined like a particular driver who runs like 5 trips in a day, and he runs the road for 1 week? How many passengers is he serving? How many people is the conductor attending to? They are actually public figures, but because we don't really see them as important enough, that is why we don't honor them enough like the way we honor some other people who really don't serve us, and we consider them public figures. But I also believe that these guys are public figures, and they should be given some recognition and should get some reward for the work they have put into our culture today. So that's why we have them as the major means of my characters for the exhibition. I want to believe minimalism is a reflection of my personality, because every artist sort of is representing himself or herself, and it's the way you behave, the way you think, the way you do things, and the way you love things. That's how you will create your own art. So your artwork is just like a reflection of your personality. So it's just an expression or an extension of you. So when you see minimalism, probably it is me you're seeing, and it is the way I think and the way I behave that is reflecting in my work. And another thing I like about these works is that it's very easy for you to get people interested in the message, because there is nothing else distracting them from the message. So minimalism takes people straight to the point. So once they see just one line, there must be something about it, and that is all we are trying to decode. And it makes more sense instead of clouding a painting or a drawing or an artwork with so many other unnecessary subject matter. The exhibition has gone global already, because first it's done in Alliance Francaise de Lagos, and Alliance Francaise in other countries like in Accra, in Nairobi, in so many other countries. They have been seeing them also liking the work, and people from all around the world, even as far as America, Europe, have seen the show. So first, the show has gone global with the collaboration I had with Alliance Francaise that has puts this work to limelight, and I believe after this very exhibition, many other people and galleries would want something like this to run in their space. So that is already in the making. A lot of conversations are ongoing, and I am trusting that it's going to be great in the next outing, because it's going to be another big platform just like the one we have here. These works in this particular exhibition, they are all paintings, and the paintings were done with acrylic on canvas, and so basically it's acrylic on canvas I used for this work. Although I work with so many other materials, like I do digital creation sometimes and I print on canvas as well, then I also do installation. So I quite have multiple forms of art, but for this exhibition, acrylic on canvas. Yeah, there are a lot of VIP downfall buses on the streets. If you would have noticed, like sometimes they write VIP. I have been into vehicles with VIP. I even took selfie right inside it because I was in a VIP downfall. So automatically, I want to believe it's a VIP driver. The passengers are also very important people. But conductor basically is a very important person in the downfall bus because it's more like the accountant, it's more like the HR person, is still the PR person. So I think I'm just trying to put some respect or trying to give some honor to the functions or the duties of a conductor who administrates the downfall bus. So that is why I created the VIP conductor after creating the fine boy conductor. Yeah, the fine boy conductor should just probably refer to like a fashionista, but in this case, it's just trying to show a little bit importance that is needed to be accorded to the conductor. And I have never included blue on a painting that has to do with Agbero conductor before. And blue, for me, it's a bit royal. And putting it on this painting is just because I'm trying to honor a few conductors that I would have entered their buses and appreciated the way they were managing the transport bus. Some of them are very good entertainers as well. So that's why I have a VIP conductor here. This is Market Woman. My mom is actually the market woman, and I was born around that period when she used to be actively selling in the market. She used to sell at Boundary Market because we were living at Ajegunle then. So right in this painting, I depicted myself and her, like I'm the one at her back, and she's carrying me like she would carry me to everywhere when I was young as a child. And I tried creating a design of a wrapper with the tomatoes and pepper she used to sell. So that's why you have the circles of orange, yellowish, reddish kind of colors, which shows pepper tomatoes. And right here I depicted like the yellow and black nylon that they use in selling in the market. Although it could also serve like a downfall because she probably would be entering downfall too at that point in time. So I just try to create a story that will show the everyday experience the regular market woman goes through. They leave the house very early in the morning, sometimes around 4, 5, even with babies like me when I was small. And whatever the weather was, the children experienced it with their parents. So that's my life, and that's what the painting is about. Yeah, right at my left is Fine Boy Conductor. It's one of my favorite pieces from year 2020, and I think it's quite a very popular and loved piece because I knew I used it to apply for Artex Review back then, and I was selected for it because I think the work speaks volume. And you know, like I said earlier about the other piece who was a conductor, I was talking about the importance of conductor in the Lagos traffic system, and I have met a fine boy conductor before. I can remember one particular guy that I entered his bus from mile 2 to Oshodi. He sounded like a graduate because his English was very polished and he looked quite neat and good, and I just felt like, yeah, their conductors were also fine boy. And probably situations around us in Lagos or life, or since some of us don't have opportunities to get what we want, some people might just choose to do that in the meantime. So it's just a thing of recognizing those people who want to genuinely make their life or make ends meet for themselves. So you could find some fine boy conductor, and I think they deserve some honor and some respect as well. That is why I did a particular piece just to honor the fine boy conductor. I have another of my beautiful pieces, and it's the Danfo driver. And I think Danfo to me suggests speed a lot of time, and capturing speed in art is not really easy because the art is static and it's still is just there. But I think I tried showing the speed in the body of the driver himself by showing some kind of cut lines which you could also connect to the way they design Danfo buses. But another thing I have known about the Danfo drivers is that because of the hardship of the road and the people they are dealing with, they have to have a different kind of high, and their eyes are red because they have to deliver. So I have just tried capturing all this so plenty stories and events that happen on the daily basis in the Danfo driver's life in this small painting. And I also try showing the Danfo bus with the yellow colors and the black line down here. So basically, if you want me to begin to explain color again, I could tell you that, like, you know, they have some kind of hopes and beliefs and a future for their business or for whatever they're doing. So like you could see, I have a different color that is not common in the Danfo scheme, just to show that aspiration or desire for something more beautiful that could come out of all these experiences. I knew I also met a driver who, not a Danfo driver actually, but a driver who was telling me that he's believing that someday he's going to carry somebody in his vehicle and they will be able to discuss about things in life and the person could change his life. So he has very, very positive expectation about the work he's doing, irrespective of being there. He believes there's something better for him out there, but he believes the person who is going to make the difference could be one of the passengers that will patronize him. So I just think I would encourage Danfo drivers to keep the hopes alive if they have hope. For those who are losing hope, I'm encouraging you to have hope, because there is hope, and once we keep the hope alive, the difference will be made in our lives. I have my Danfo chief right here beside me, and I know in every kingdom they kind of have like royalties or chiefs or kings or people that they hold to some respect or some regard. And in the Danfo sector, we have people that we actually look at and we give some regard to, like from the park, from the streets and all of that. And somehow they don't get any chieftaincy title for their position, but people respect them because of the personality they have right in the park or on the street. So I just felt that there was a need to create a painting that could honor like those people who have really put themselves in position to control and place some sort of order in the Danfo system. So in the painting, I tried creating like a bead made with black and yellow, just to use the Danfo color for the chief. So this is the chief. I hopefully would also want to be one of the Danfo chiefs in the future, because it's going to make my work make more sense to people, because I'm also trying to make a difference with Danfo. So that is why I created Danfo chief. For those of us who patronize Danfo buses, we have met different people inside the bus, and we know one of those popular characters I have personally encountered are those fashionistas or those slave mama, as we call them, and you may never believe some of them enter Danfo buses because of the way they carry themselves. They could enter a Danfo bus to a journey, like they started the journey with a Danfo bus, but they end up entering maybe like a ride or a drop later, and they don't want to create the impression or give anybody the impression that they patronize Danfo. And I think what I want to do is to get us to talk about that story, about those kind of people. And so that is why I did the yellow CC, and the yellow just resonates with the color of the Danfo. So she's a Danfo CC, and she's more or less like every other passenger, but she wouldn't want to be associated with Danfo. But I am saying, babe, I saw you in the Danfo bus. The next piece right here is Journey Just Come. That's the full word. In Lagos, all of us know in our JJC with the column. So when we say JJC, we're actually referring to a newcomer, somebody who is new to Lagos. And once somebody is new to Lagos, the tendency that the person is new will reflect in the way the person behaves and the way the person does things. And you know, just to make it interesting for people who are new in Lagos to know that there's something like JJC, I have created a painting that talks about such kind of people, or that will make people to reflect about their traveling to Lagos. If they are coming for the first time, they just need to get people who will give them the right information, so they would have a very wonderful experience in Lagos. I tried making it a little bit symbolic by like the body of the person shows more like a direction. So this person is calling out for direction, and the person has the chances of getting the right direction, which was symbolized with the blue line, or getting the wrong direction, which are symbolized with the red line. So, and for this very JJC, or for every other JJC who probably were not fortunate enough to meet the right person, their eyes could turn red after a very funny experience. So that's why the figure here has a red eyes. So, and I think anybody who is new to Lagos and hears about this work would be conscious of the fact that they're in a new environment. It's not only Lagos, wherever you go to, you will also become a JJC, not until you get used to the place and the people and what they do. So, but it's a good thing to experience new things, to travel around, and that's the more reason why I created this particular piece called JJC. The prevalence of Okada in Lagos especially, I think, is as a result of the constant traffic we experience. Even on my way here, I faced traffic for almost half of the time that it would have taken me to get to the gallery space, and I think it's really a concern for so many of us, because we want to move and people would rather want to jump on bikes just to save time. I live around mile 2 axis, so I can tell people much more about Okada than so many other people who live in some other areas in Lagos, because the traffic there is just crazy most of the time. And because of that, people take Okada. I found myself in traffic for hours, but just because I am not the Okada person, I would rather sit in the traffic. But I think it's just important to say something about the Okada culture, and I could say some of them are very, very reckless, and that's the more reason why I don't recommend it, but I have taken it at so many occasions too. So I just tried capturing the Okada man, because I believe the Okada man is a significant figure in contemporary Lagos culture. The concern about culture, both for Nigeria and for every everywhere in the world is that it metamorphoses over time. There are things that were used when I was a kid that I'm no longer seeing them used by anybody anymore, and that is how the government have tried to see how they could face off Okada, even if it is still there. But I just believe that every aspect of our experience or our Lagos today should be documented, and all the characters should have a place on my canvases. So that's why I created this Okada Man. But this piece is interesting because it depicts somebody who has become what he's doing, like you become your profession. You are inseparable from your profession. You cannot be understood in isolation. You could see the man holding the bike, and you could see the circles down there. So, but his body has become part of the machine that keeps the Okada going. So you can't separate the Okada from the man. And everybody in Lagos knows that we call them Okada Man. So we have even used the language, that's the linguistic connection of the word for that person to include his profession. So calling him Okada Man is like tying Okada to his personality, and that's like a professional name for such profession, even if it is not considered like a real profession. But I just think it makes sense when you create pieces that really speak volume. It's more or less like what I did in my truck pusher painting. I know you can't cut the word truck away from the pusher, so it goes together, and the truck pusher is one person, but in the painting too, the truck and the person, they are one. So it's just that kind of interesting thing I think I've been able to create through this particular piece right here before us. I have Area Mama right beside me, and you know, she's like a very popular character in the street most times, because there are always women like that in very many societies or on the streets, where some people are very much recognized because of their influence in terms of their personality, and in most cases like in Lagos setting, when it has to do with the Danfo guys and all those kind of things, they are very colorful people. They wear like different colors, like very fashionista. You see several piercing, you see colored hairs, and you know, all of that. So I'm just trying to depict that flashiness of an area mama in this very painting. So that is why you see the colors very vibrant and coming out. I wouldn't know why ladies like blue, but I tried borrowing blue and pink, each color, just to show that love and connection for for blue and pink. So I want to believe you will love it when you see it in person.
I think it's an interesting tribute to all the people working on the street of Lagos, because we all know that Lagos is very, crowded and busy, and the hustle and the bustle of Lagos. But the way Mr. Danfo represented is a very minimalist way, with just few lines. It looks like it's not much work, but it is actually. And I think the fact that he called this public figures of Lagos is interesting, because when you look at it, you might think it's just few lines, or it's a robot, or you're not very sure, and then you understand that it's the KK driver, it's the Okada man, and the way he represented it is quite intriguing, because it doesn't look like that in real life, so it's a nice transcription.
I've known the artist for more than 12 years now, and he has passed through my studio a couple of times. I knew him when he was in school. He was always bringing his ideas, and I saw him as a young man who is full of ideas and is always itching to express himself. So when he came up with the idea of Danfo, in fact, what I told myself was that I'll come and sit at the show, and I'm here. What I've seen today is the use of lines, shapes, what we call geometry, to achieve an effect of what we also call minimalism, meaning that you can use a line to represent a human being. That means you have minimalized that particular figure. So that is what he has employed to express himself, and it has come out in a very beautiful way, because when you go through the work, you will see stories rendered in a very simple way that is not complicated, and that's also very easy for anybody, any Dikan to understand. That is the essence of what he has done, and I think I need to commend him, because many artists will not do this part.
I came to find a very interesting show here by Linus. It's a young man, a young artist whose work is really interesting because it's historical. It's work that dealt with reality. You know, it's work that concerns itself with about issue-based matter that we find around in Lagos. If you come to look at the works, you find the yellow buses, which is quite significant into almost all the pieces he has done. You find the Okada rider, you find the Keke Napeps, and you find the father is trying to call our attention to see the kind of people that commute us from one place to another. We all board some of these means of transportation, like the Keke Napep, the buses, the Danfo, and some of these drivers are sometimes very high on drugs, and we kind of risk our life allowing them to drive us even roughly on the road. And if you try to talk to them, they complain. For you to find an artist quite interested in these details is something that pricked my interest in coming to the show to see what the artists have done. And sincerely speaking, it's awesome what I'm seeing on ground. He's not interested really about just decorative art. These are works that dealt with issues that concerns the average Lagosians. Lagos is quite home for almost all sorts of people. You find almost all the tribes of Nigeria in large quantity in Lagos, and the artist have taken his time to look at what is very common to almost all the public living in Lagos. For me, it's a very interesting show, especially for the fact that these are issue-based ideas.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Yes,
I was expecting the noise. Noise, the siren and everything. Can't I have a break even for a few hours from these sirens as well? Now I see why you want to come back here now. Yes. You can see this place is more friendly, isn't it, than Abuja? Wow. So how much do you miss it when you're not here? Well, very much so. That's why when I come, I keep my eyes very wide open, as if it was the first time I'm coming. This fruits bearing trees are growing very fast. Yes. So you're counting the days now? I am counting the days, not even the months.
What amazes me is that if you know him now, to me, is the same Buhari I knew, 1953. He's a good listener. He will accommodate you, listen to you, and he will never fight back.
If you are not hardworking, if you are not honest, if you are not dedicated to your duty, don't come near Mr. President Buhari. He has a very long face, but you have to catch up. He looks after the welfare of his staff, especially his close aides. He makes sure everything is well or is fine at home front, because he asks questions. That's how is everything going on? And whenever there's anything, he takes your problem as his own problem.
The ordinary people are his friends. And then Kaduna, you come and see them in his sitting room. They are not only in the sitting room, but they are on his dining table, eating with him.
There wasn't any day you go to Sultan Road #1 that you will not see people queuing, and that he will not attend to you.
When he goes to his farm, the only thing you will know that he is not with them is because of his white dress and height. He mingles with them. When we're going to the mosque, we enter the normal place where other people are and join the queue from where we find it. We don't overstay our queue. And normally, during Christmas or Salah, the father buys a dress for his children. And from 1996, when I started working with him, up to this year, he will buy me Salah dress. Every Salah. So along with his children. So I'll have my own children, my own Salah dress.
When my mom passed away, we were going to hold a commendation service for my mother in Lagos, and I just sent her some cards. I sent one to his house in Kana. Lo and behold, on the day he just drove into the premises of the hall, and I went to welcome whoever was in it. When he opened the door and I saw him, I was shocked. So you could make it? He laughed, and he stayed with us throughout that service, a Christian service. A man they used to call a Muslim bigot. He stayed throughout that Christian service. It was one of the things that convinced me that the man was not who people were saying he was.
I first met him in 2007 because they were trying to meet pastors who could also, and not only pray along with them, but who could identify with him to remove the toga of Islamic fundamentalism, which he has been labeled with for too long a time. I saw him as a forthright person, an incorruptible leader, and one that was ready to bring about discipline to our society.
He's a very self-effacing person, also very witty and humorous when he's comfortable in the environment he is. He can be surprisingly shy when he's not comfortable, he's amongst people who he's not accustomed to being around, and he can live in his own skin and say very little. But when he's comfortable, he can be a pot of good humor.
I got to know him from about 1976 when he was the Minister for Petroleum. And I was working in the presidency. You know, he has this expectation of people to take their responsibility seriously. He gives you an assignment, he expects you to carry it out.
Mr. President.
President Buhari, you walk into his office, see him reading, let's say, a memo. You not even notice you are there. He puts in his 100% on that memo until after he reaches the end of what he's reading. He does not even know somebody is there standing.
We first met January 1953. Buhari, as a child, was quiet, humble, and reserved.
There's one thing I also learned, that you lost your father very early. How was that growing up?
Yes, well, it was a difficult time. I didn't know my father, so I was an orphan, which means I didn't enjoy the protection of a father. I didn't know my father. And I went into a boarding school for 9 years. 3 of the primary school and 6 secondary school. Yes, I miss my parents, but I was lucky. We were a generation of lucky people.
His father passed away when he was 4 years old. His father had 3 wives. Muhammad was the youngest of 23. He had sort of surrogate fathers throughout his career, including within the military and including within the school system.
He was brought up by his senior brother, who was a teacher. He is one of our teachers. So he had a good home training under the care of his senior brother.
President Buhari is my uncle. I'm his nephew. My name is Amandaura. His mother, Hajia Zulehat Musa, is my grandmother. Her first child was my father. Her last child was Muhammad Buhari. My father was his guardian, but it was tough for him, but tough for us also. Life was very tough in those days. You went to school in the morning, you came back and you go to the bush, collect firewood for the night reading. We had no lamps in those days. We used firewood to light, and we had slates, which we wrote chapters of the Quran and read. And so you have one chapter, you read it during the session, and then tomorrow morning you wash it, and another chapter or a piece thereof is written, and you learn it by heart.
So when I was away from home, I think I was constrained to behave myself because there was nobody to rescue me. So I was behaving myself. As I said, I became a class monitor. I became a junior prefect. I became a senior prefect. I became a head boy.
You know, boys will be boys. You will transgress on occasions. You will be late for school. Refuse to attend lessons sometime. Go out to play, and that will be severely punished. Whoever did that will be punished. And the teachers were, I wouldn't say harsh, but they were disciplined. They taught us discipline. If you transgress, they lash you.
There was discipline in schools then. There's corporal punishment. And I think, to a certain extent, it molded the minds of the children and so on and so forth.
Our generation was very lucky. Our teachers were absolutely committed and dedicated. And they treated us like their own children. If you do well, you are praised. You are brought before the classroom, your work was shown and you are praised. If you don't perform, you are again brought before the classroom, stripped and flogged on the buttocks. And there is no way I can forget school, because what we call the teacher I see there, called Malam Abdul, is a very strict person. And he doesn't spare the rod. We call it Bulala, really. We don't like the rainy season approaching because we have to go to school farm. You wouldn't be late there, just like a classroom. And if you are late from 6 to 2, Bulala is on your buttocks. And you have to remove your shorts so that you get the message proper. Among the teachers, I could only again remember our Arabic teacher. No matter how hot it is, he comes in with a turban. And every week we are given to recite part of the Quran. Every week. And the only thing we can do to avoid it is to report sick if we haven't recited the part given that week. So we report sick. But even if you report sick, then you are stopped from going to a breakfast break until you recite the verse you are given in the class.
So you didn't get too much Bulala because you are always like a leader in class.
You will be very surprised. I got a lot because I try to avoid going to the school farm. And if you miss it, you are not allowed to go on breakfast break. So you will have no break until the school is closed. But what I do between the first whistle and the last one, I go over the wall of the school, rush to home, and sometimes I'm eating up to the time I'm going to the classroom. And no one could forget those days. Trying to be clever by half.
How did a boy from Daura end up in Liverpool straight out of secondary school?
I was picked from here, and then the whole of the north, again, I was the only person picked to go to UK, recommended to go to UK, Elder Dempster. Elder Dempster, and then were given some slots for children from each region, from the north, from the west, from the east then, and from Lagos. 4 of us were taken, And that's how I managed. You can see the system then. Here in Katsina province, we are the junior part. In Daura here, but I was picked, from the whole of the north to go to UK for holidays. That's when my father visited to the UK. And what struck me when we arrived at Liverpool, we went to the center of the Liverpool. Some of the cities in London, then there was a central roundabout in the town. From there, you can go to other places. And when we went down about break time, I saw people coming out. Everybody well dressed up, just the way you are, but almost three-piece, handsome, healthy. And then I reflected a street back here in Katsina on my school days. When I'm going to the mosque on Fridays, blind men, cripples, leopards, people in rags begging for what to eat. So I say, God, how can we understand? That impression is still there in me. You look at people coming out as if they made it up themselves. Very well dressed, handsome. Underdevelopment is terrible. That's the only thing I can say.
He was interested in science at the time. He was thinking of becoming a doctor. He was born in 1942, sort of the end of colonial era in Nigeria. They didn't really have a medical school yet at ABU. It turned out not to be a career path for him, although it was an interest. When he was finishing up secondary school, the Emir of Katsina, who was the neighboring Emir to Daura, was encouraging young men from the north with leadership potential to go into the officers' training.
The Emir of Katsina then, he sent Hassan. It was no longer a profession for the poor. My height was a disadvantage to me. Then there were cadets only in government colleges. Zaria, Kepi in the north, I don't know how many in the south. The provincial secondary school, which was my school, they were not given army cadets. But the Emir of Katsina wanted to make a case to late Sardona that he wanted a cadet school, a cadet in his secondary school in the state. So the Sardona told the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister told the Minister of Defense. And then Katsina had a cadet. And then a retired ex-World War II veteran from Katsina was made to be in charge of the training. Just because of my height or something, I was picked to be the sergeant. So from there, I was impressed by the military discipline and so on. So when I left, I just went straight to the army.
And he was very attracted with the idea of uniform, discipline, and extracurricular activities like night exercise and drills that attracted him very much. And he was eventually, plus he had a few friends like Sheikh Eradua, may God have mercy on him, and Jega, Emir of Gondu, and Magoro. They were his classmates, and they all started, so that the hard instinct also had an influence in his decision to join the army. And he has never regretted it since.
It must have been something for him. I mean, he went into the army to be a soldier. Then there was a political crisis, the coup and the counter-coup, then the Civil War.
This is where the value of fighting for country comes in, because at every point of his military training, he was taught, you fight for your country, you die for your country. and you do it with honor. And so the idea of splitting the country it just sent shockwaves through these people. Even though they knew some of these counterpart officers on the other side, they never saw it as Buhari never saw it as an Igbo thing, as an ethnic thing. He always saw it as the rebels and the attempt to split the country.
His battalion, the 2nd Battalion Nigerian Army, he was number 2 in the battalion. They were the first to fire shots. A battle in which they were advancing and the opponents, the rebels, shot at them, and the fellow on his right was killed, the fellow on his left was killed. But he was unscathed. It was dreadful, dreadful. I was so afraid reading the dispatches to see the casualties, and I always pored over the casualties to see if his name was involved.
The Biafran Civil War was one where you didn't know you were going to survive. They were hacking their way through the rainforest, which was very different than the dry savanna in the north. And his men had to be sure to take health precautions, change their socks, not get fungus in their feet and things. So he was always concerned with the welfare of his men. I think even his critics would say this, that this was a young officer who took his leadership seriously.
And if I tell you that I walked across Nigeria from Benue State virtually up to the sea when we were fighting the Civil War, the 30 months of the Civil War, I was always in the front within the small arms range for the 30 months. I was never relieved. But when I was sent to India and the United States subsequently to do my training, people were saying, why always Buhari? But when I was being sentenced to the front, nobody asked, why didn't they bring me back to their headquarters where they have time to drink and dance? This is Nigeria.
There was a bloodless coup today in Nigeria, which is Black Africa's biggest and richest nation and the world's 8th largest oil producer. The overthrow of strongman Major General Yakubu Gowon.
Fellow Nigerians, events of the past few years have indicated that despite our great human and material resources,
So I heard you met the then Colin Buhari when he was governor of the Northeast.
Way back in the early 70s or mid 70s, I was a young student, aged about 18, 19, and he was then governor of the Northeast. He was military governor of the Northeast, and I was a young student activist as the Secretary General of the Students' Union in the then Northeast College of Arts and Sciences. And when Murtala was killed, I led a delegation of students to protest the killing of Murtala, demanding that the coup plotters be brought to book and be tried. Well, he was quite a very serious-looking military officer, and my impression of him was that he was somebody that was destined for the future to become an effective leader in this country.
General Shehu Yaradua, may God bless him, may Allah have mercy on him, told me how Buhari was made Minister of Petroleum in Obasanjo's government. They set the group who were naming ministers and governors and so on, and they said, who is the most honest and the most serious among the officers of the Nigerian army? The one with the most integrity, and they honed in on Buhari. So they appointed him Minister of Petroleum, and they all thought he would not get his hands dirty with oil money.
fraud, indiscipline, corruption, squandermania, misuse and abuse of public office for self or group aggrandizement, which had assumed debilitating proportions in the last few years, will be dealt with ruthlessly, no matter whoever may be involved.
It wasn't easy in the sense that I noticed a lot of things were going wrong, personally. People were looking for office just to be materially endowed or empowered. I thought it was wrong. I think leadership is a sacrifice.
It was clear to the senior officers, including Buhari, that the junior officers were going to do something if they didn't. And the junior officers were taking their cue from next door in Ghana, where Jerry Rawlings had just taken over a young flight lieutenant in the Air Force and lined up and shot the previous senior military people who had been ruling the country. So the senior military people in Nigeria thought we'd better stabilize the situation. We don't want another, Jerry Rawlings situation here.
Buhari was not terribly keen. He wasn't terribly keen about it, but there was nobody to lead the change of government, nobody with the credibility and the integrity to, to convince the country that a change was necessary. It wasn't his choice.
The need to emphasize self-discipline and leadership by good example. Begin by drawing public attention to little but important everyday manifestations of indiscipline, such as
try to impose discipline on the country. So it was a kind of a culture clash between military culture and the Nigerian grassroots culture, if I may say.
The night of the coup, you were with him, right?
I was in Lagos and we had dinner and then we talked until about 11 p.m. Then I went back to my digs. We had no idea, no inkling whatever, something was afoot. In the morning, one staff came and told me, look, there has been a change of government. Your uncle has been deposed. The coups in Nigeria have a history of being very violent and very bloody. So I pray to God that they don't kill him or injure him or something of that nature.
The people who know him well said he was aware, but the only way he could have prevented it was to execute, 6 or 8 of the senior officers, and he wasn't willing to do this. I think he prevented a more serious situation, because when you start killing officers, who knows where it's going to lead. Now he's down in Benin. He's under house arrest. He's living in a cottage with guards. He figured that if Babangida wanted to kill him, he would be dead by now. So it was really a question of just marking time and using it to realize, well, this is the end of his military career, and it was possible for people to visit him, but only with the permission of General Babangida, who is now in charge.
He was detained for 3.5 years. I went to see him regularly every month in Akure and in Benin. Very restrictive, and it's very boring, and he didn't know what eventually the government would do with him, and he was only released on the death of his mother. But throughout, I think his spirit never for a moment broke, because So many people gave me messages to tell him to say, please write to Babangida and tell him, since he has taken over, let him go. He said, no, I will never write to him. I'll never talk to him. His spirit never broke throughout the 3.5 years.
Even though Jonathan Abacha was part of the military elite that toppled his government, out of patriotism, to save the government, he accepted to serve as the chairman against the advice of many of his close associations. He said, no, it is not about Abacha, it is not about toppling of the government, it is about the country. We need to save this country. We need the infrastructure has decayed. So he accepted the chairman, and quickly he assembled some professionals, largely young men, and we went into work.
If you go down even to our hospitals to check, we see, if you see linens that are curtains, shielding the beds, besides the few procurements, you will see PTF inscribed. If you see the roads today and you go through from north to south, there hasn't been any corner you will go through without seeing the project of the PTF. If you see hospitals with equipments, basically even in the theaters today, you will see that you will have the little, inscription of the PTF.
Nearly every week, some delegation from different parts of Nigeria were coming to see us in Kaduna, saying, look, you have to come and take care of have to come and lead this government. We're drifting. We're going back to the 1983 period. And he resisted this for a long time, until both political parties sent emissaries to tell him that if he wanted, they will give him the ticket to run for the presidency. He succumbed to the pressure.
On Thursday, 26th of April, 2002, we went to Daura, where he registered as a card-carrying member of the then APP, which is the second largest party after PDP at that time. I think it was 1,145,359. Yeah, that was his number in the APP.
I received a phone call, and they said I should help them look for a vice presidential candidate. That's Christians from the South. We couldn't make any headway, and we decided to lay down. Until January 15 at 12 noon, I received a phone call from the general. He said, I prayed my own way, and I want you to pray. I would like you to be my running mate. My first response was, thanks, but no thanks, sir, because I'm heading a group, and I'd given them my word that I will neither join partisan politics or seek an elective office. But even within the group, they said, you have been positioning us for this. We are now saying you must take this. Long story cut short, by the time I called, Pastor Adeboye called everyone, contacted this and that, the rest is history. I had to team up with him to become his running mate. And it was such an experience that I cannot forget.
Character, credibility, competence, integrity, those are the issues. And by the grace of God, 2011, we will have a new president.
all the three elections were rigged, massively rigged. Let me give you an example. 2007, after our lawyer made his submission to the Supreme Court, I went to his office and I asked for the results of just one of the states. He gave me results of Imo States. I went over carefully over the results, and then they just say, PDP, that's Umar Yar'Adua, 25,000, Buhari, 5,000. Round figures throughout, round figures. The winner of the election, Umar Yar'Adua, himself said the elections were faulty, if you recall. After you know you won in 2003, rigged. You know you won in 2007, rigged. You know you won in 2011, changed, rigged. What will you do?
This is the third and last one for me. Since after it, I will not present myself again for election into the office of the president.
So he didn't break down in tears. He just broke down in pity for the system, for the country, and he said, I'll never do it again, never do it again.
So when this thing happened in 2011, it was worse than what had happened in 2007. It was worse than what had happened in 2003. So it is this thing, it is not the bitterness that he lost that worried him. And then he said, well, it will appear now nothing is going to change this thing. It's like, well, it's a country of over 150 million. I have tried my best. I have made my own contribution. My contribution is not recognized. And surely it's better to keep off from this.
This is his eldest daughter, Magajia. She suffered all her life with sickle cell disease, and then a confluence of events, a few days with the announcement, she also died. So that shook him very much. But I would say that the death of his daughter shook him more than the loss of the election.
There is what they call sickle cell anemia. There are people who are SA, there are people who are SS. So I think when the developed countries found about this sickle cell disease, they try to stop marriage between AS or SS so that they don't have this sickle cell anemia. My first wife, my late first wife, unfortunately, I think she is SA or AS and I'm AS. So my two children, my first daughter and my first son, happened to be SS and they died of it. It was hard, but when I gave to my second wife, I asked who introduced her to me that she must be AA, so that if my child picked the S from me, he could only pick S from A from her. So AS is not normally susceptible to the anemia.
So in 2013-2014, you decided to team up with the other opposition parties How did that come about?
The PDP. We are so confident that nobody could remove them. And I think they just ignored even being careful. So we persuaded the other parties. The CPC, Congress for Progressive Change, which I was leading, the ACN from Southwest mostly, ABGA from Southeast geopolitical zones. I said, until we came together, there was no way we could remove PDP. I persuaded them, they agreed. Aswaju, Tinubu, from the north, from CPC, this was myself, and then from the southeast, Abga, Rochas Okorocha. So we got people from various parties to come together.
Now you had a strong opposition party, but you almost got killed before the election.
I think Kwankwaso was very generous. He gave me an armored vehicle, a Land Rover. He said I should be using it because he believes that the competition I am going on, I think there are people who really wouldn't like to compete with me. They would like to eliminate me. I said, okay. So I had to go to Kano, and I was using that Jeep. And a vehicle near the secretariat, federal secretariat in Kaduna, wanted to overtake us. My escort stopped them. But before we go on that overhead bridge, which was parallel to our filling station on the right as you are leaving Kaduna for Zaria, they just below the thing. And when I looked, I saw the pieces of human beings. People who have been blasted by the bomb. The chap who we were traveling with in the car on my left was thrown on my left because the bag, you know, the crash bag, which is the vehicle have, some of them, the one on my side was blown. The one on his side, I think, was not blown, so he was thrown on my left. And when I looked, I saw blood on my trousers and on my gown. But none of us, the two people in the vehicle and two of us behind, four of us, none of us were injured. But somehow I saw blood because of the number of people killed outside and was because of the bomb. And I came out. I was concerned with the dead people, but some people stopped our vehicle, pushed me inside, and drove me home. And that was the end of it. This is how efficient the Nigerian security agents are up to today.
It is now my pleasure to hand over the certificate of return as prepared by the National Convention Planning Committee to the winner of the All Progressives Congress presidential primary, General Muhammadu Buhari, retired.
Throughout the campaigns, and we went around in buses a lot, you know. We traveled from state to state.
You know, and I recall in particular, we were at I think it was in Zamfara, where we saw these young people, and this always happened, of course, pressing themselves against the window of the bus that went around, you know, shouting, say Baba, you know, Baba or yo-yo and all of that. And he said, look at the faces of these young people. He says, the expectations are high, very, very high. He says, and they expect us to do magic the moment we get into office, you know. Look at all of them.
Here in Kaduna, we voted for General Muhammadu Buhari, not because he's a northerner or a Muslim, but because we believe he's going to bring change, he's going to stop the insecurity, the corruption, and the callousness and the impunity.
That Muhammadu Buhari of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
I, Muhammad Buhari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve...
Well, don't forget that I tried 3 times. 2003, I think 2007, and 2011. And I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. The first time, I went to address the pressmen and some Nigerians that were very curious. I was expecting sympathy, but the group laughed at me. So I said, okay, God day. And God sent technology. With permanent voters card, PVC, it's very difficult, you know, to do what politicians used to do in Nigeria.
Well, some of us will claim credit to the fact that we are popular, but key is the character of our candidate. First, his character was essential to salvage the country. The country was in so much crisis, financially, security-wise, in every ramification.
This is the victory that is completely due to the support of the people. The normal elites, those who normally decide things, were all against this movement, and it came to victory. And I knew the country needed Buhari, and it has got it now. It is one of the best moments in my life. I didn't know I was going to be part of the government, but the fact that Buhari has won was just enough for me as a cause for happiness for this nation.
I remember that very, very day when the announcement was made. He from his office in lobby to upstairs, he came down to my office, and I look at him, you know, in the very, he was looking in the ceiling in very pensive mood. After some 1 or 2 minutes, I said, sir, I would not like to congratulate you. I would rather pity you. He said, thank you. Thank you. So we went out, back to his office.
He is a man of inflexible integrity. He is also a very simple man, a very religious man, and also dedicated to Nigeria. If he has political views, is that Nigeria together is the best for all the peoples.
He's a man of his words. He's a man of honor. He's a man of courage. He's a man of uprightness. He's a no-nonsense man. He has never, for once that I know him, done anything that will advance his selfish interests, either for himself as a person, for friends, for family,
He believes in the ultimate goodness of each and every Nigerian, including those of us who work with him. Yes, he will discuss challenges with you, but ultimately he always believes that you will do the right thing.
Muhammad Buhari, he listens a lot. He is not too much in a hurry to take decisions, and he is also very considerate. So Nigeria is a very complex place. You need to take measured decisions because every decision you take will impact on the lives of people. So, but he is a very, very thorough leader. There are so many adjectives you can use to describe Buhari, but truly, he is a leader whose time has come, and he has led this country very, very well.
Under no circumstances, the leader will probably be sending his people or be asking you to do this for him. Buhari has never sent anybody to me in the last 7 years to do anything for him or for the person.
I've had the privilege of serving 7 Nigerian presidents in my public career. The styles of leadership are different, the circumstances are different, but as a boss, he gives you the resources to do your work. You can say anything about him or his policies, but nobody doubts his integrity, his commitment to ensure that public resources are very well managed, and that he cares about all parts of the country, including those that may not have voted for him, conspicuously not voted for him in several elections that he has undergone in this country.
His driver took me from his house to go to Governor El-Rufai's house. And when we got to El-Rufai's house in Kaduna, his driver said, "Daddy," was referring to me, "I'd like you to pray with me." I said, "I beg your pardon?" He said, "I call you Daddy." I said, "I do not pray the Muslim prayer. I can only pray for you as a Christian." He said, "I'm a Christian. I'm a member of Ekwa Church and I'm born again. I've been driving him for 10 years. This is the 3rd or so electoral process that I've driven him." I said, "You are a Christian?" He said, "Yes." I prayed with him. That was very shocking to me. Second thing that I received as a shocker, a serious shock, we did the first flag off in Kaduna. It was such a mammoth crowd. And if anyone we pushed that day, there would be a serious stampede. And then after the flag off, we got to his home, and he staggered. And he said, "Jesus Christ of Nazareth." I said, "Excuse me, sir?" Because I would have said, "Is that a swear word?" And he looked at me and said, "Pastor, you don't have monopoly of Jesus Christ." I said, "Okay." I calmed down, I left it. Then we were in Abuja. And early morning I was going to his hotel apartment, Presidential Suite at Transcorp Hilton, and I met his bodyguards at the door. And one of them said, "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Daddy." I said, "Why do you call me Daddy?" He said, "You are our grandfather, actually, because our pastor is your son in the faith. We go to Lighthouse." And I said, what kind of a man is this? Never at once tried to hinder my faith or to try to be irritated by me. And all around him, a cook and this and that were Christians.
So how do you cope with Abuja if Daura is noisy sometimes?
No, Abuja, I'm effectively protected by security and COVID-19. You see, security wouldn't allow people to be seeing me in the sense because of COVID. So I am thanking the security and COVID.
Where do you find the energy? You'll be 80 in December.
Yes.
You walked from the mosque today.
You've walked almost an hour now. So where do you find this energy? I mean, I'm younger and I'm tired.
Yes. If you are a village man like me, I think you would have been stronger.
There's a crazy one that was going around at one time that you are not Buhari. Did you hear about that one?
Yes, people said I'm somebody from Sudan. They even mentioned the name. I didn't bother. Nigerians, when they don't understand things, they create their own mysterious way of explaining themselves.
Does it help that you have your sense of humor to find those things funny?
No, it's not funny because those who are advocating or who are making those statements, they just want to be cheeky. They want to distract attention from the main issue. Our main issue is do the infrastructure, make people aware that they need to work hard to live well. They just can't, enjoy life without earning the respect of their communities and so on.
After you leave the presidency,
yes,
what are you going to miss the most about the presidency?
I wonder if I'm going to miss much. I think I'm being harassed. I believe myself that I'm trying my best, but still my best is not good enough because there are people around that think that they can intimidate authorities to get what they want instead of going through established systems, and earn whatever they want to earn. There are still people who behave, who are clever by half, let me put it that way. When I left secondary school, I came back here. This is my base. Coup, counter-coup, civil war, coup, counter-coup, detention. I have gone through it all. I have tried hard enough. I think I have tried hard enough. The results are obvious, and I'm praying very hard that I will end up well.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be one vote illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimosi. After spending just 2 months in office as the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke has been ordered to vacate the office by the Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Osogbo. The tribunal declared Boyega Oyetola as the winner of the July 16, 2022 governorship election. The tribunal also declared that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, should withdraw the certificate of return issued to Adeleke and issue same to the former governor, that's Oyetola, who is the candidate of the APC. Now, recall that Oyetola, who of course is the immediate past governor of the state, had challenged the Independent National Electoral Commission's declaration of Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party as the winner of the election. On August 5, 2022, Oyetola and the APC filed a petition before the tribunal in Osogbo challenging the election results from 749 polling units across 10 local government areas, alleging electoral malpractices, particularly overvoting. The tribunal found now that there was indeed overvoting, and after removing the contentious votes from the total tally, it arrived at its decision. The tribunal verdict, though, was split. One of the three judges gave a dissenting judgment, while the other two ruled in favor of Oyetola. So what exactly does the ruling portend for Adeleke and the PDP? Joining us now to discuss that more is Monday Obani, who is the chairman, section on public interest and development law of the Nigeria Bar Association. He joins us from Lagos. Mr. Obani, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Give me your take on this verdict.
Yeah, what has happened is that under the Electoral Act, the court has jurisdiction to review the election that has taken place in any part of the country at any point in time by any of the aggrieved parties. Now, I think that the man that was there, the governor, felt aggrieved with the result that was declared by INEC and brought the matter before the tribunal. And tribunal, after taking evidence from all the parties, came to the conclusion in the judgment that there was overvoting. And when there is an overvoting, what a judge was supposed to do is to remove those votes that he considered to be more than necessary for the electoral process. And after having removed that, based upon what we have heard, he now came to the conclusion that the person that has a lawful vote, that have made the constitutional requirement of 2/3 with the highest vote, is the former governor who lost the election last September and went ahead now to make a pronouncement that he should be handed over the certificate of return. Now, I also hear that the current governor of Osun is clearly going to Court of Appeal in order to challenge the judgment of this tribunal. Now, the interesting aspect which you have reported is that it wasn't a unanimous decision. There is a dissenting judgment. And so one need to look at the majority judgment and also probably peruse the dissenting judgment in order to actually give a proper and a fairer view of what may have probably impacted on the mind of the two justices who gave judgment in favor of the former governor. And so whatever we're doing now is based upon the report we have read from the newspapers that voting was the main cause why this particular electoral result was nullified. And so it may not be a comprehensive analysis of what the ratios are or what was the real thing that the judge said that may have probably impacted on the mind of the justices, who are in the majority to have nullified the election that was announced by INEC.
Now, does it surprise you that overvoting would still happen when we have the beavers?
I must tell you that I'm totally shocked with this judgment. I mean, in terms of mentioning overvoting, because my thinking with the beavers and then with the electronic transmission of results is that the beavers will really accredit voters and know the number of persons that are supposed to vote at every polling unit. Because there is a voters register. And so if your name is not there, then there is no way you can participate in the electoral process. But with this particular pronouncement by the court that I was overvoting when we are using beavers, is really shocking to me. And as I said, that we cannot be able to probably have a comprehensive view of what has transpired or what the judge gave as ratio when we have not read the full judgment the tribunal.
But don't you think this clearly suggests that there was some kind of collusion on the part of the INEC officials who were at the polling unit? Because, I mean, they could allow it anyway if they choose to be corrupt. They could allow overvoting to take place.
One of the worst things that can happen to Nigeria is to have a biased umpire. And I mean it, because it goes to the root of our electoral fairness. If you have an umpire that is biased, where you have an umpire that is very corrupt, where you have umpires that are very, very terrible in terms of not allowing the mandate of the people, to prevail, then the country is in a big mess. Because umpires are supposed to be clearly unbiased. They are supposed not to take side with any party in an electoral process. They are the umpire, so-called, in a manner that will introduce fairness. We have known what this country is suffering because of unfairness in the electoral process.
But it's nothing new anyway. We've seen situations in this country where umpires were, those who were supposed to organize elections. I mean, where we've seen electoral officials at polling unit where they were proven to be corrupt and allowed a lot of, illegal and illegitimate things to happen.
Yeah, if this is well established, I thought that with the level of less of interference of the human factor in our electoral process, that we'll begin to minimize some of those flaws, we have experienced over time in our electoral process. But with this particular judgment, and if it is well established that that was over voting and that it was done in collusion with INEC officials, then we are back to square one. It means that even with the deployment of technology in our process, we can still have flaws. We can still have human collusion. We can still have problem, irregularity that is engineered by human factor to really derail the fairness of the electoral process. So it's something that we should not cheer about. It's something that should sadden everyone. But what I'm saying is that I don't want to make any conclusive statement concerning what has been read as judgment today, because it's going to go to appellate jurisdiction. It's going to pass through the appeal court to Supreme Court, which is the final court in the land, to look at what has actually been delivered today as judgment. It is after the Supreme Court pronouncement we can really come to the conclusion that really the human factor is still very prevalent in our electoral process, despite the deployment of technology, which we have spent so much money and rejoiced about, that it is not yet guru, that we still have to deal with the human factor in our electoral process.
And I think that human factor is very important, because whether we like it or not, machines are machines. They still have to be controlled by humans anyway. So you have someone who is supposed to be in charge of accreditation. You go to the polling unit, the person has the BVAS machine. You give that person the BVAS machine. The person is supposed to use your card now, slot it into the BVAS and then clear you. But ultimately, it's the person who clears you. So we don't, the person is holding the machine. We don't know what the person does with the machine. The person might just insert the card, not do anything, and then just say, go ahead, it's cleared. I mean, it's possible this is what has happened in this case, isn't it?
The situation is that we still have character issue as a nation. I have said it several times that Nigeria is a very, very unique and, a country that sometimes you don't even know how to describe it as a nation. I once went to the US, and I misplaced my passport with $5,000. And a particular place where I went to go and buy something with my wife kept my camera, kept my 5,000, kept my passport. When I got to the hotel, I discovered that my passport and money was missing. I had to now start tracing where I left them. And I went, somebody said, we are looking for you. We don't have any forwarding address. We don't have your phone number. It can happen in Nigeria where you leave your 5,000 in the shop of a Nigerian citizen and come back and get that thing back and all that. So issue of character is not how many churches we attend. It's not how many mosques, we go every Friday. It's about character. And character is a very fundamental issue. A situation where somebody is employed by INEC, knowing fully well the responsibility that INEC does. It requires somebody of a refined character. It requires men of integrity. It requires men that fear God. It requires men that are patriotic. But if you begin to have men that are flawed character-wise, then and put them in such a very sensitive position as INEC officials to go and conduct election, then we're in trouble, because they will stay compromised despite the level of deployment of technology we have achieved, and thinking that probably we are getting to that particular road where we can say, yes, we have arrived. It's something that saddens me. But I think that we must begin to now look at the character and the, our integrity of those we're employing in such very critical sectors of our national life. Because INEC remains one of the best places where people of great integrity should be employed in order to ensure that we get a country that can produce the kind of leadership that will take us to where we're supposed to be. So getting wrong men and women in such sensitive agency of government, they now begin to compromise the system and still make us remain where we are, then something will be fundamentally wrong with such process. So I think that we have to look at it again. INEC has to look at this issue of character. Who are we bringing in as our workers? Who are we bringing in as our officials to come and conduct election? What manner of men are then more diligent, due diligence must be conducted on those who employ in INEC.
Unfortunately, you look at the process, you look at the way some of these officials are employed, especially those that are employed on an ad hoc basis. It doesn't really give INEC the opportunity and the chance to conduct proper due diligence before engaging them. So that will always be a problem, because you employ this ad hoc staff just days to the election, and it's always going to be difficult to actually get to do proper due diligence on people before you engage them under this kind of circumstance.
Yeah, very vital point. I also understand that most politicians are the ones that even suggest the names of those ad hoc workers. And in the process, filtrate the agency, the umpire, with a lot of people that are biased in the system. And that's why you see things like this. But as I said earlier, I'm not going to make any conclusive statement until this particular judgment passes the crucibles of the appellate jurisdiction. We have Supreme Court, which is the final court, to make a pronouncement to establish the fact whether there was actually a compromise. Because there is no other way than collusion if it is established that there was overvoting, having established that we have beavers in the system. So how come that there is overvoting when we're supposed to use technology to erase things like this? So the Supreme Court has a final say over this, Deji, and if it's established, then we have to look at that angle once again in order to make sure that those who are coming in must be men and women of integrity into INEC.
Yes, and I think you're quite right, because this is very disturbing. It will no doubt be a clear indictment on INEC. We're talking about 749 polling units or so across 10 local government areas. That's really huge. It's really huge. It's not something. It just does not inspire confidence as we move towards the next election. Definitely.
I agree with you, because in a few weeks' time we'll be going to general election, both at the national and state level. So it is important we get this particular issue addressed and addressed properly by INEC. The people you will deploy to go and be the one to handle this aspect, there must be some level of assessment, some level of knowing a bit of the antecedent before probably giving them such a national assignment. Because if we don't get it right in 2023, I can tell you that Nigeria will be in for a big problem for many years to come. So we shouldn't destroy our destiny and make a wrong mistake in getting wrong men and women to man the polling unit in the next election. Is my take in this.
Monday Obani, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and always, thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Deji, for having me.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break, and we'll come back to continue this discussion. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
All right, welcome back. Let's continue the discussion on that tribunal ruling on the Osun State governorship election. I'm now being joined from Lagos now by political affairs analyst Theo Akatuba. Mr. Akatuba, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Tell me, are you surprised at the ruling of the tribunal?
Not at all. I'm not surprised at all. If I say I'm surprised, I will be telling lies.
So tell us why you are not surprised. It's something you expected?
The moment, it didn't, in fact, it's almost unexpected that Adeleke should win that election. You see, so Adeleke's victory portrayed the Osun people as people who do not deserve quality in their governance. Because Adeleke has not, that is my own personal opinion, because of his mannerisms and his outward persona and his branding. It's mark of a lot of joke. However, but when the results came, we as Democrats and people who believe we're practicing democracy, the choice of the electorate, no one can question it. Now, once they went to court and evidence began to emerge that they were overvoting, because it's in this period with the beavers and everything, it's so easy to dictate overvoting. It doesn't take any biometric or forensic fingerprint evidence to know. It's so easy. So anyone who engages in that will soon be caught and will be disappointed and will not be able to enjoy his electoral victory.
But then the question is this: the question is how could this overvoting, how could it have occurred even with the beavers?
That is the point where you see the rigging in your strong area. You could allow people to vote without the proper accreditation, without the proper processes. After you have accredited the people, you could see votes in the ballot box more than the accreditation that you have done biometrics, you've used facial recognition, and they have transmitted the accredited voters. The vote is manual. So you can ask more people to vote. You know, you can allow more people to vote who were not accredited. So what you do is that you do an accreditation. You are accrediting, but you are allowing more people than accredited to vote.
And this of course could not have happened without the collusion of INEC officials.
That is correct. It is with full connivance of the officials that are managing the election at every of the polling units. 729 or so polling units were cited as areas where they were overvoting.
And that's the problem, that even when you have technology in place, you also cannot rule out the human factor. And obviously, that's what we're having to deal with now. So it clearly shows that in spite of the beavers, things can still, things can still go wrong if those who are saddled with the responsibility of organizing the elections choose to look the other way.
There is nothing technology or the technology of the world is run by humans. So even if a plane is so sophisticated, a human being have to touch buttons for it to respond. With beavers, a human being is controlling the accreditation. He can choose to say that you have been accredited and your own data has not been transmitted. He can decide not to transmit the data of your accreditation. So the human beings are still going to play around. But the beauty of it is that with the electoral reforms, now identifying machines as part of the electoral process, now is very easy, unlike before, where everything you bring up from the card reader, they are not acceptable in the law court. It's made it so easy. This should serve as a lesson and a warning to all INEC officials, even politicians that will want to induce officials to help them. Because at the end of the day, they will be the ultimate losers because the courts and the evidence will speak against them.
But as we move towards the next election now, does this inspire confidence at all in the system, INEC processes and all of that?
Well, you cannot let me tell you, the people running INEC are our fellow Nigerians. They are not aliens. They are human beings. And so if the Nigerian man is still susceptible to being bought and being bribed, the point is that you can't rule out shady dealings. But the truth is, since the system has been so improved, those who helped in this process now, are they going to be able to save Adeleke? They have done their part. They've been paid. Now the evidence is clear. And if there is overvoting, the law says that result is cancelled. It's not as if they will deduct the overvoted vote. The entire results are cancelled. And so if you are a politician, you have to educate your people, including your agents, to go to the field and ensure the election is properly conducted according to law. to secure your victory beyond the day you are announced, so that you can secure your victory to the future.
I'm just surprised that, this kind of thing could happen, that the politicians and even some INEC officials could choose to do this kind of thing in an era where we have the beavers and our elections are getting more and more, for want of a better word now, technical, if you like.
Yeah, but that's why I'm telling you that the politician is always in his element and in his game. If I am a politician and I'm contesting election, I will feel that someone is going to outdo me if I don't also do my own. So everyone is trying to outsmart one another. In the process, they run into all kinds of foul play. And then things like this begin to catch up with them. You know what we have just seen now is it's similar to what happened in Imo State, where an entire area was cancelled. The result of an entire area, very large area, was cancelled by the decision of the INEC official. And Hope Uzodimma took the case to court at the time that the man who was second and third have been disqualified by law court by their own litigations. So it opened the way for Uzodimma to stand as second, technically. Once that result was, they discovered that a lot of results were cancelled and the court admitted those results. And the results were added to both parties. It was not only Hope Uzodimma. Everybody got their own share of the vote. Uzodimma's vote now came up as the winner of the election. In this case, they deducted all the overvoted, the areas of the overvoting, and Oyetola became a winner by 300 and initially won with 300. So he lost with 375 votes.
Yeah.
Now he's winning with 319 votes or thereabout.
314 votes or so, yes.
314.
Well, this is very interesting. We wait and see what happens. I mean, Adeleke has said he's heading to the Court of Appeal, and
yes, he's going to
certainly
appeal,
this will get to the Supreme
he's
Court.
going
Don't
to
you think
appeal,
so?
and let's see, he will do it up to Supreme Court if it doesn't succeed at the second level. Even if it succeeds at second level, Oyetola will move it to the Supreme Court. So anyway, this battle is going to get to the Supreme Court ultimately. Now, the beauty of these things are there is time limit for the determination of all these cases, and we're going to get these results quickly. And also another thing is that the electoral reforms have made things so tight that whatever shady things you do will be revealed. So those who think the election period is here, it's time for us to begin to trade and negotiate and do deals. You will be setting yourself up for grand failure in the future instead of having what you call a short-lived celebration of victory.
Well, let's just hope the politicians and the bad people in INEC are watching and
our fellow Nigerians, those ad hoc staffs and everybody. It's a period of trade. Watch out for them. You see, a lot will happen because people think that, because Oyetola could have said, I don't want to go to court. I concede. And that would have been good for him. But this time, the man looked at it and said, no, I suspect a foul play.
Yeah.
And he's able to prove his case at this lower tribunal. All of the lawyers were all sons, top lawyers. They all went to that court. And I really feel sorry for Adeleke. I congratulate Oyetola at this stage. It's just the first stage. There's still more to come. But it was surprising that he lost at that stage, at that time.
All right. Political affairs analyst Tio Katuba, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for coming on the program.
It's a pleasure.
Well, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, as the deadline of the central bank for the complete phase-out of the old Naira notes approaches, people across the country are still facing difficulties now in accessing the new 200 Naira, 500 Naira and 1,000 Naira notes. Now, there are challenges with swapping the old Naira notes now with the new ones in banks as well. A cross-section of traders and even transporters nationwide have also begun rejecting the old notes to avoid being stranded by the January 31st deadline set by the CBN for the exchange of the old notes for the new ones. In the midst of all of this confusion, commercial banks too have also revealed that the new notes are not fully available for circulation. Automated teller machines in many places across the country are still not dispensing the new notes to bank customers. Now, both the House of Representatives and Senate have asked the CBN to move the deadline forward for final phase-out of the old currency, for the old currency now. The CBN has, however, maintained that there will be no extension of the deadline as the old Naira notes will cease to be a legal tender from January 31st, 2023. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives has threatened to issue an arrest warrant against the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele if he failed to appear before the House next Tuesday. The threat issued by Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila was in response to a second letter from the CBN intimating the House of the inability of the governor to honor the invitation sent to him on the latest cashless policy. Let's discuss this issue further now. I'm now being joined on the program by Margaret Ogundana, a former Deputy Director of the CBN who joins us from Dallas in the United States of America. Madam, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Tell me exactly what you make of, this difficulty associated with getting access to the new notes. What exactly is going on? Could we say the CBN probably did not print enough of the new currency?
Thank you very much for seeking for my opinion on a very important issue. I would say that the central bank might not have printed enough of the currency. But let's look at the underlying policy behind it, and that is to do with the payment system. Recently the governor launched the Afrigo National Domestic Card.
Yeah.
So the attempt underlining all this policy, even though it can be painful, it may be painful to some wanting to still dwell on using the Naira, is the fact that we have to try and imbibe the spirit and the culture behind the payment system. Let's look at Kenya, for instance. In Kenya, they have M-Pesa. And you don't do a lot of things with the Kenyan national currency. That is one of the things which we are trying to, from my personal opinion, that the central bank is trying to improve with respect to the payment system. Now, when you look at also the issue, when the Naira redesign was launched in October last year, you realize that central bank governor complained about the cost implication of printing those notes.
Exactly. It's
very expensive. So please let us try and see it from that perspective. And remember that the national economy is very huge with respect to debt overhang. There's a lot of debt outstanding out there.
But again, we're talking about a country where, especially the majority of people in the informal sector actually use cash. I mean, this is more or less a cash-based economy. I can understand the need to go cashless, but don't you think, the approach should have been a gradual one? Because the way it's looking like now, it's like, the central bank wants to go cashless in just one fell swoop. And if you try to do that in an economy that is dominated by cash transactions, you would have the kind of confusion we're having to deal with at the moment.
I can't understand. I know we have a large number of activities, quantum of activities going on in the informal sector. And that is what is responsible for the fact that we have more cash outside the banking system than we have in the banking system itself. And the idea behind the Naira redesign, as you will have seen, individuals, collective and general, turned into their banks trillions and trillions of Naira cash. Do you get what I'm saying? I understand that people in the invisible trade sector, those of our mothers and aunties and sisters and brothers that goes to the market early enough to buy some vegetable from the local market and bring it to their store to sell. I know they might have difficulties, but there has been some designing, should I call it policy, and the commercial banks, they have been on this issue, trying to encourage even those of them in the individual sector to imbibe the spirit and the culture of not being unbanked but banked. There's an improvement, I've seen an improvement, because sometimes when you go, even if we have the POS, you can go and collect small cash from the POS and use it to buy your goods and services. I know the pains, I can feel the pains, but sometimes every successful venture comes with a lot of pains. People will have to bear with it. The cost implication of printing all these notes is humongous.
Yes, I understand. But don't you think it might be necessary with what we have?
There's been an improvement too.
Yes, I understand you. If you can hear me, I'm asking, don't you think with the current difficulties we have with accessing the new Naira notes? I mean, you go to ATM machines, they're still dispensing the old notes. Even the heads of the various banks have come out to say, look, the problem they have is that they don't have enough of the new notes now to circulate and all of that. So they're still dispensing the old notes. So don't you think it just might be necessary for the central bank to probably shift the deadline, just move the deadline forward a bit and try to resolve all of this issue rather than stick to it?
Yes, I quite agree with you. On that note, especially because the National Assembly also threatened to arrest their governor, I want to join my voice with that of the majority of Nigerians that maybe the deadline can be shifted a little, but not by as much as 6 months. I think 6 months is too long. Maybe a few weeks. Now, because we have to play on the awareness of the people based on the policy outline behind the Naira redesign. So if the central bank can shift a little, but not by 6 months, 6 months is too long, I think we will see some improvement. And now that people are aware, it's like wanting to collect the PVC and the underlying policy and the implication of collecting the PVC. You know the way people are rushing. So they've rushed, they've taken their money to the bank, and I plead with central bank, let me join my voice because I know how painful it is. Me too, I'm also involved. Like the generality of all Nigerians, that we should please try and shift a little bit. And also at the same time, let's be mindful of the fact that if Kenya can do it with M-Pesa, including in their invisible trade sector, since Nigeria has a bigger economy, and I'm happy with the awareness, even though it's painful. I think we should also try and imbibe the spirit and the culture of the national payment system, because it will help us with our statistics, it will help us with our debt management. It will also help to know for near accuracy how much money do we really have in the banking system, because it really constrains a lot of statistical analysis when you realize that the quantum of money outside the banking system is even far much more than what we have in the banking system. And that is why at times when you base the policy recommendations only on what is available in the system, the quantum of money in the system, that's why we have policies which really are not as effective as much as what the underlying objectives must have been. So it's a good thing. The Naira redesign policy is good. I'm also joining my own voice with that of the generality of Nigerians that the central bank governor and the team should please shift a little bit, maybe for a couple more weeks, but not by as much as 6 months, at least to assuage the pains and let everybody know that the policy will be in favor of everybody at the end of the day, because I'm happy with the awareness, even though it can be painful and it's a little bit painful. Thank you for that.
Yes, I understand you. And maybe if the central bank governor had gone to honor that invitation by the lawmakers and then take the time to explain to them why the date cannot be shifted by 6 months and probably reach a middle ground with them, that might help. But this idea of not honoring their invitation at all, which of course has led to this threat to issue an arrest warrant against him, certainly it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, it's such a pity. Let me also say something. When you occupy a position of leadership, uneasy lies a head that wears a crown. You understand? There's an underlying policy, and there has been a notification that this notice will be for about 3 months or so since October last year. And people turned out and deposited their money, the old Naira notes, in their various banks. And I hope the National Assembly, the House of Rep will not continue or go ahead with the threat to arrest.
But then shouldn't the central bank governor honor that invitation? It's just an invitation, and if he goes there, he could explain better to them that they can see reason with him, but not to go at all. I mean, it's. Do you think that's advisable?
It's not advisable, but you know, all these things have a political undertone. The president has already approved the position of the central bank governor, and I think, and I'm sure, nobody is above the National Assembly.
Of course.
It's that is part of the Constitution of Nigeria, and I believe that he's also, the governor will try and see reason why he should honor the invitation. At the end of the day, I'm sure there will be an amicable settlement. I hope and pray it will not get to him being arrested, as had been threatened. But definitely, the governor himself is in a very difficult position because already a deadline has been issued for everybody to turn in their notes. And I'm sure the governor and his team will be working almost 24/7 as we used to do in my days to ensure that whatever policy we have out there works in favor and for the benefit of the generality of the people. I'm sure they will make sure that the new Naira roads are available as much as possible and as quickly as they can. And also that shows the dynamisms and the rhythm of an economy of Nigeria, which is supposed to be the biggest and the largest in the continent of Africa. So I also join my own voice to appeal to our dear governor that he should try and honor the invitation of the House of Representatives and shift and have a middle ground kind of position so that those pains on the people will be less, since everything is still, at the end of the day, will be in favor of the Nigerian economy and by a large extension, everybody else.
All right, Margaret Ogundana, a former Deputy Director of the CBN, that's the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming on the program.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you very much, madam. Well, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, there seems to be no end in sight to the persistent scarcity of petrol in the country, which appears to be getting worse, with many Nigerians buying the product at a premium at the black markets or waiting endlessly in prolonged queues for the product at the regulated price. Already, the impact has been felt in the rising cost of transportation, services, and dwindling household incomes. Commuters have witnessed at least 200% hike in the cost of transportation. Similarly, the traffic created as a result of the fuel queues continues to impact productivity as many people now spend more hours on the road. There are fears that the fuel scarcity might get worse in the days and weeks to come due to the many issues affecting the smooth supply of the product across the country. On Tuesday, President Muhammadu Buhari set up a 14-man steering committee to enforce petroleum product supply and compliance with official prices. The president will personally chair the steering committee, while the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Temipre Silva, is the alternate chairman. Now, other members of the committee are the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, National Economic Advisor to the President, Director General, Department of State Services, DSS, Controller General of the Nigeria Customs Service. Then there's the Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Also in the committee is the Chief Executive of the Nigeria That's the Nigeria Midstream Now and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, as well as the Group Executive Officer of NNPC Limited. We also have the Special Advisor to the Minister of State for Petroleum in that committee as well. And there's also the Technical Advisor Midstream, who is the Secretary of the committee. Now, the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority is to ensure strict compliance with the government's approved ex-depot and retail prices for petrol. Among others, the committee is expected to ensure stock management, visibility on the NNPC Limited refineries, rehabilitation, and track daily distribution to tackle smuggling. To further ensure sanity in the supply and distribution across the value chain, the President directed the NMDPR RA now to ensure that NNPC Limited, which is the sole supplier of PMS, meets the domestic supply obligation of petrol and other petroleum products in the country. So far, the impact of the committee has not been felt days after it was set up, as the scarcity continues to bite harder. Let's now get some insights on this from an energy expert, Alex Ney, who joins us from Warri. Thank you very much for joining us on the show. How confident are you that this committee that the President has set up would ultimately resolve this scarcity we've been dealing with now for a very long time?
Well, I will start by saying this, it's not just a question of committee and just talk. When the President came in, he assured Nigerians that there will be constant supply of oil at a lower price. All the things you can think of in this world were being said. Now, when you look at the committees they are setting up, the cadre of people that are in the committee, no doubt, is the person that slipped by you, you put your hands on. But this country needs to go back and start doing some due diligence to find people who have competencies. We have people like J.J. Akpi. They run the refinery. They retired from NNPC. There are a lot of people who understand this business very well. When you start setting up committee, these brand names that we know that can do something, that have knowledge, nobody shows up. So it's like one of those things, we're going to give you free petrol price to go down from the beginning till now. We are still facing it. And typically, Nigerians' economy is not typical book or classic economic theories that work here. So we must have that in our minds. Once you make a pronouncement, the tendency is people look for ways to harness it. No checkpoint on the road, IG. Police will look for a way to be on the road and extort money. This petrol thing is just similar thing. So we're still moving like a yo-yo. Let us start pulling our minds away from X or Y. If anything comes up, a Nigerian is a Nigerian. Any person that have the competence, no matter where it comes from, if they are the same brother from the same house, use them to set up your committee and get effective results.
And let me just quickly ask you. Let me quickly ask you this. I'm not trying to digress, but I know you stay in Warri, and there's supposed to be a refinery there. What exactly is the field situation in Warri, where you have a refinery, and Warri is supposed to be like a crude capital, so to speak, for Nigeria?
Like Richmond, Texas, and the Bay Area and Houston area, where you have all the refinery. But I can assure you, this refinery here is moribund. This refinery has not produced a liter of petrol. So here in Warri, we are faced with worse situation. You go to any filling station now, you cannot get fuel for anything less than 450 naira a liter. Some places 500. So it's a shame. But here we are. Sometimes I sit down, I wonder, am I really a Nigerian? Is this what should happen in the country where all of us are? Why not take the right step to pick the right guys to do things? It's not everything you turn into a political arena. We are putting square pegs in round holes and won't get the desired results. For 7 years, the fuel price will come down. We're going to get surplus fuel. We have so reserve and all this. This is all just talk. Let us get down. We have competencies.
Don't you think the problem is that Nigeria is just refusing to bite the bullet and just go on full deregulation? Because it would seem that the problem now, even though the government is not admitting it, is that it's just become very expensive to continue with this subsidy regime.
Over 10 years ago, I was interviewed, NTA, channels, and I told them, who is subsidizing who? I asked that question. Nigeria, who is subsidizing who? Somebody tells you bring 300 million liters. Then you have the DPR, then they will say, we check 300 million liters to this spec, to that spec. So the subsidy you pay is on 300 million liters. While in reality, what is being delivered is far, far less than that. So somebody leaves fat on it. We cannot continue as a nation like this.
But as we speak today, the NNPC is the sole.
We are not subsidizing anything, so we don't need any subsidy, because what you say you are subsidizing is not real. If you bring in 300 million barrels, I sat down to calculate the number of vehicles in this country from X time to Y time, assuming no vehicle is parked, and they are filled once a day. And I did the calculation. The amount of petrol that you really need compared to what they said is being brought, it does not tally. So we are subsidizing fuel for who? Who is subsidizing who?
All right.
This is scam.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, sir. The Dangote refinery is expected to begin operation in a couple of months. Of course, we've been told that the Port Harcourt refinery that is undergoing rehabilitation too will come on stream now soon. Do you think these refineries, when they begin operation now, would make a huge difference in the current situation we're dealing with now, as far as petrol, PMS is concerned?
Well, what we are looking at, if there's no subsidy, naturally in a typical economic situation, the market forces should regulate the price. The pure, simple supply and demand. But I told you when I started, I say in Nigeria, typical economic theories don't work here because of the type of people we are. The fuel scarcity we have today, take Warri for example, there's fuel in the station. Now we are changing money. There's a hype. Even if you go to the petrol station, as of today, I went out there, people are refusing to take the old Naira. And the new Naira is not available. Some will tell you we don't want POS, we want new money. So typical economic theory just don't work in this country. We have to go back to the drawing board and start being real to ourselves. Get the right people in the right places, not man, no man. Let us be a little bit focused. And the petroleum industry, like I said, is not a market for selling gari and rice. Nigerian government has to get it right. You must pick people with competencies to go into this system and make it work. So when you turn it like selling gari and starch or panga in the market, then this is what you get. You need key people with knowledge to put us in the right paths. If you look at all the cadre of people that are being picked to go to places, look at their background. Go to Google and Google there, see their background. Do they have the competency to deliver what we are talking about? So that's a problem. Then coupled with us not going purely with typical economic principles. Look at the cement. Cement is produced in Nigeria. We used to import cement. Prices were lower. Today, look at the price. So typical economic laws don't work here.
So quick means what you are saying in essence. So what you're saying in essence is that there's no guarantee that petrol prices will be lower if these refineries like the Dangote refinery and the Port Harcourt refinery, if they begin to produce and we produce locally.
The chances are slim because economic theories don't work here just like that. Normally, if the Dangote refinery comes on, the Port Harcourt refinery comes on, then the demand, if it's what it is now with all that coming in, then it will regulate the price. That is the normal market situation in a normal environment. The law of supply and demand. But we are in a place where anything goes. Now, if the Dangote refinery comes in and the nearby country, maybe the price of oil is higher there, he's a businessman. What do you expect him to do? Maximize his profit. All these things he's doing, is it his money? He's taking loan. People are buying into the organization. People are looking at the rate of return on their investments.
That's true.
So the market that will give him more money, if I were him, that's where I will go to. Because it is not Nigerian money, it is investors' money. So if we hope that when the refinery comes on, the one in Nigeria, the other ones come on, the prices are going to be regulated, that is normal, standard thing that should happen. But from experience in this country, people hoard products and turn the economic theory into something else. So you have to go think out of the box to come up with something that is enduring in this country, whether it's cement or petroleum or whatever. Go to the market here now, prices are up. The women, they will not take the old Naira from you. Just nearby markets at Togogo here, not too far from me. So what are we talking about? The fuel, they are in station. Some people will even hold their fuel now, they will not sell. And they are waiting for it to build up to about 500, 550. They open the place and sell for a few. This is something you got at maximum 200 Naira, 500 Naira. We don't have conscience. And who is suffering it? It's every one of us. And that's why you have so much accumulated money now, and people are stuck. I sincerely doff my heart for this change of money. Come that 31st, all the starch things you stock somewhere, they will go rot in your house. Then we'll go back to the drawing boards. Something drastic needs to happen in this country to make people sit up and be prudent in whatever they do. That is the problem, from top to bottom.
Mr. Alex Ney, thank you very much for coming on the program as always. Thank you so very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. But thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for those media.
One vote woman and
the rampant illegal illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and through, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes on my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. Everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up. In a way, the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They use me to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time. Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The River State Emergency Management Authority was serving for Lesbian University, one Voduma, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
On the news tonight, Supreme Court sacks Emmanuel Bwacha as Taraba APC governorship candidate. Also, the Supreme Court fixes date to rule on suit against Ahmed Lawan's senatorial candidacy. And cash scarcity hits major cities in Nigeria as POS operators charge double for withdrawals. Glad to have you join us on News Now at this hour. I am Timisola Atigun. The Supreme Court has nullified the nomination of Emmanuel Bwacha as the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC in Taraba State. Delivering judgment on Wednesday, a 5-member panel led by Kudirat Kekereakun affirmed the verdict of the Federal High Court, which held that the APC did not conduct any valid governorship primary in the state. David Sambo Kente, one of the aspirants, had filed the suit against Bwacha's candidature. In its judgment, the Apex Court held that the Court of Appeal was wrong to have set aside the decision of the trial court initially sacking Bwacha and ordered that a fresh primary be conducted. Meanwhile, a Federal High Court in Jalingo on Friday sacked Bwacha from the Senate for defecting to the All Progressives Congress, APC. The Supreme Court also has fixed February 6 for the final judgment in the long-drawn legal battle over the authenticity of the senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress for Yobe North Senatorial District. Entangled in the legal battle for the senatorial ticket are the incumbent Senate President Ahmed Lawan and Bashir Machina. Justice Chima Onweze, who presided over a 5-man panel of justices of the court, fixed the date after taking APC, which is rooting for Senate President Ahmed Lawan as its senatorial candidate, filed the appeal against the judgment of the Federal High Court and Court of Appeal, which held Bashir Machina as the party's candidate. Now, joining me to discuss the Supreme Court's judgment is political affairs analyst Segun Shokwiton. Many thanks for joining me on the news, Segun. Now, this is the second time Emmanuel Bwacha will be sacked as the APC governorship candidate for Taraba State on the grounds that he did not comply with the electoral law, and now the court has ordered for a fresh election to be held. Now, could this move affect the chances of the APC?
Well, it definitely will. I mean, let's not forget that the gubernatorial elections will hold on March 11th, which is just a little more than a month from now. So they really don't have time to do this. And in any case, I don't think that the Electoral Act 2022 that this election is being run on will allow for any other action on the part of the APC in terms of trying to replace Bwacha, Senator Emmanuel Bwacha. You know, there is a deadline for submission of the names of candidates and a deadline for substitution of those candidates in the event that there are issues, legal battles, and whatever else might happen. And as we all know, both deadlines have passed. We are now in the final running towards the elections. There is no way that the APC can conduct primaries to replace Bwacha. So, in my view, I stand to be corrected. Maybe the legal practitioners may know better, but in my view, based on the Electoral Act, the APC has lost the election before it has even been held. You know, because what this means is that they don't have a candidate in that election. So they will get votes, but people that know better and the other parties in that election will take full advantage of this and ensure that the electorate are aware that there is no candidate for that party. Remember that this is not a new scenario. In the 2019 elections, Zamfara State was lost to the PDP on similar grounds. Rivers State, the APC suffered a similar fate in Rivers State. So where the party lost those elections without even participating in them. So this would not be the first time that we're seeing this, and I think that the APC is out of that election as it stands.
Now, on another judgment by the Supreme Court, the case between Bashir Mashina and Senate President Ahmed Lawan on the rightful candidate for the APC Yobe North senatorial ticket has been fixed for February 6 for final judgment. Now, how do you think this will pan out?
Well, I mean, this is Nigeria, and we know that a lot of times a lot of things happen under the table that determine final outcomes in cases, judicial or indeed any other sector of the Nigerian society. So I would not be surprised if the Senate President eventually wins this case, and because in any case the APC actually wants him. It's the APC that is actually pushing this case, not even him as a person. And the reason for that is not particularly far-fetched. We all know that Senate President Ahmed Lawan contested in the primaries for the presidency around about the same time that the primaries for the senatorial seats were done. So what has happened is he's lost out on the senatorial seats, lost out in the presidential primaries, and the party is trying to compensate him. So I think that he'll probably scale through this hurdle and will continue to operate in the Senate. But then, you never can tell. We might see a surprise. I think it's important to just note that for our political actors, they should understand that the season of impunity will come to an end one day in Nigeria. Our politicians are used to playing games with the destiny and the lives of the electorate. And I think that they should understand that this will not continue forever. So I hope that the course of justice will be served in these two cases, and that
Well, many thanks for joining me on the news, for your time and your contribution, political affairs analyst Shegun Shopiton. Moving on, more than 1 month after the official release of the new 200, 500 and 1,000 naira notes, citizens still lament the scarcity of cash in banks across the country. To make matters worse, several point-of-sale operators have locked their business outlets following the scarcity, while the few ones operating charge higher commissions for every withdrawal. Meanwhile, customers flooded automated telemachines, ATMs, waiting and expecting new currencies and to make urgent withdrawals. Speaking with TV360 Nigeria, residents in Lagos say it's difficult for them, adding that amid the fuel scarcity currently ravaging the country, the cash crunch has increased the cost of food items and transportation.
The situation of the country is really hard to tell. Like right now, there's no money in the country anymore. Normal, if you withdraw 5,000, it's normal 100 naira charges. Right now, if you want to take 5,000 for POS operators, they charge you for 500 naira, 10,000, 1,000, 20,000, 2,000. You want to do 25,000, is 3,000 naira. So, for instance, today now, I walk all the way from Idushaga looking for money to withdraw, just to come to work. So are we sure, even with the extension, that there will be money? How are we sure? The situation has affected everybody. You can look. Everywhere is dry. People are not buying markets because there's no money. People who are doing business are not selling. So how are we sure the extension is going to help? So it's left for the CBN and the government to know what they're supposed to do to help the situation.
The POS is not even working at all. We can't use the network from the bank now is not good at all. We can't withdraw, we can't transfer. If you withdraw, it will be declined and you will be debited. They can't retrieve it. There's nothing we can do. We cannot even get cash at all presently. All I want now is we should be having access to money. That is all I want. Either they extend it or they don't extend it. That one is none of my business. All I know, I have money in my account. I cannot buy food to eat. Why?
Last week, Monday, I went to the Keystone Bank to withdraw money. Only for me, just 2 people before me, the money got finished. And it was only one ATM that was dispensing. And the only one that was spent was the 1,000 naira note. I couldn't get enough transport to get home yesterday. I had to go to a POS, and they were telling me on Monday, I withdraw 10,000 naira for 300 naira. For me to go there again the following day, which was yesterday, they were telling me 10,000, 1,000 naira. So you can see it has been so very, very bad. For a country like this, it's very, very, very bad. Everybody the masses are suffering.
Ever since the introduction of the new naira notes, we have been having issues getting money from the bank, and right now to even get old notes and the new notes is a very big challenge. Even if you go to the bank, tell them you want to withdraw 100k, before you can get the 100k, you even have to pay to get the 100K. And we cannot be at loss, saying we want to give out cash and our charges will still be the same price. So because of that, we have to increase our charges so that we can get our money back for the amount of money we collected from the bank and then make our interest from it.
Prior to the cashless policy, it's easier for us to go to the bank, withdraw money. The moment the cashless policy comes into the system, it's very, very difficult to get cash through the bank. So we are also getting this cash from ATM, just like any other Nigerian. We queue up at ATM centers, maybe as early as 7 a.m. in the morning, up to the 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. in the night, waiting for the cash. So it's very, very difficult for us to go through all that pain and someone just come to our shop and they are expecting to get the cash as before.
Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has faulted the timing of the Naira redesign, saying the move makes no political or economic sense. In a televised interview on Wednesday, the governor said that though the policy was the right way to go in achieving the desired change the country yearns for, the timing and deadline set for it nullified its purpose. While exonerating President Muhammadu Buhari, El-Rufai claimed that some unnamed individuals were leveraging the president's ambition to enthrone a working Nigeria in order to thwart his efforts. Meanwhile, the federal government has responded to allegations by Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State that some elements in the presidential villa are working against the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress. Reacting to El-Rufai's comments, Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, while addressing State House correspondents on Wednesday, restated the President Buhari's position that his administration will only focus on ensuring a free, fair and credible election and not favor or cause anyone to be at a disadvantage. He further contended that if there is anyone working against any candidate, it is officially not known.
One thing I can assure you is that no matter who, this administration is focused and determined to ensure a free and fair election. And I think this administration and those that matter now, who was the most important person in this administration to me is Mr. President. And I think he has shown by words and by deed that he is committed to a free, fair and credible election. And fair, free and credible election actually means not favoring anybody or disadvantaging anybody. And everywhere he goes, he makes that very clear. Even as recently as Friday, when he was in Daura, he said the same thing. So if there's anybody who's working against any candidate, we don't know officially. Now,
Speaking on Nigeria's low rating by Transparency International on Tuesday, the minister said the government has very impressive records based on achievements by the EFCC, ICPC, among others, and is therefore not bothered about the ratings. He added that the administration's fight against corruption is not to impress the Transparency International, but to engender growth in the country politically and economically.
Transparency International rating of Nigeria. And my position is the same. Well, you see, we're not fighting corruption because we want to impress Transparency International or any organization whatsoever. We are fighting corruption because we believe if you don't fight corruption, there will be no growth, either in terms of, the economy or even political. Therefore, what we do and what we have put in place to fight corruption is not because we want to be rated by anybody. I'm proud to say that we have been more proactive in fighting corruption, but people are not willing to see those things that we have put in place in fighting corruption. And that's why I gave you that example of, putting aside money that has been returned for specific projects so that we can monitor how those funds are being used. Now, again, the courage of this administration, even to expose high-ranking, officials of the administration who have run foul of the law, is evidence of our determination and courage to fight corruption.
Amid growing pressure to announce his preferred presidential candidate in the forthcoming election, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has said he never told the public the method by which he would disclose his choice. Wike said this in response to the former Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Nemasa Dakuko Peterside, who had challenged Wike to name his presidential candidate as expected. Speaking during a campaign rally in Port Harcourt on Wednesday, Wike said he never promised to reveal his preferred candidate on camera and will tell the people of Rivers State the candidate to support.
I have told most people who don't know, this fight we are fighting is like a guerrilla warfare. Yes, so do you understand? Yes, so the more you look, the less you see. The more you look, the less you see. I never told anybody one day I will bring camera and announce to you this is who will go. I said I will tell Rivers people the candidate they will support. Not so? Not so. I did not tell you the method of saying it. I did not tell you I will bring live coverage and say it. But Rivers people know, is it not correct? Yes, sir. Are you not aware? We are aware. Are you not aware? We are aware. In a way to make a carry live coverage, we are hereby going to Joseph. Far, far, far. Follow. Far, far, far. Follow. But you are aware. We are aware. You are aware. We are aware. Are you not aware? We are aware. Are you not aware? We are aware. Look at what is happening. And a man who has never passed an election is coming to say, name your candidate. Has he ever campaigned for anybody? He can't. So, all what we are doing here, what is the problem? And that's what I want all of you to understand. What is the problem? All you will say, which we have said every day, every time, is our Constitution says you take this and let the people take that. That's what he said. That's what he said. Because I said, Yendeba.
We'll take a break here, but still to come, China tracking all thrusts and emerging more transmissible COVID variant. We'll bring you this story and more right after this break. Welcome back. Now here's a recap of some of our main stories tonight. The Supreme Court has nullified the nomination of Emmanuel Bwacha as the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC in Taraba State. David Sabo Kente, one of the aspirants, had filed the suit against Bwacha's candidature. Delivering judgment on Wednesday, a 5-member panel led by Kudirat Kekeriakon affirmed the verdict of the Federal High Court, which held that the APC did not conduct any valid governorship primary in the state. We also told you that the Supreme Court has fixed February 6th for final judgment in the long-drawn legal battle over the authenticity of the senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress for Yobe North Senatorial District. Entangled in the legal battle for the senatorial ticket are the incumbent Senate President Ahmed Lawan and Bashir Machina, Justice Chima Nweze, who presided over a 5-man panel of justices of the court, fixed a date after taking arguments from counsel of both parties. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. The Omicron subvariant CH11, also known as Orthros, which is becoming increasingly prevalent in Britain and the United States, is unlikely to cause another wave of outbreaks in the mainland in the near future, Chinese health authorities have said. Although the most prevalent variants in China continue to be the BA52 and B57, but 24 cases of CH11, a more transmissible subvariant, has been reported in China in the past 3 months. The emerging variant was first identified in India last July and is now present in 67 countries, accounting for more than 6% of genomic sequence data reported globally. The United States President Joe Biden has informed Congress that his administration will formally end 2 national emergencies declared to address the COVID-19 pandemic on May 11, restructuring the federal response to the virus as an endemic public health threat. The announcement was made in a statement while opposing resolutions being brought to the floor this week by House Republicans to bring the emergency to an immediate end. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has recorded 1.1 million COVID deaths in the U.S. since 2020, although the death rate has dropped dramatically since vaccines became widely available. We'll take another short break here and be back with more stories in business. To stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Mary Kanu is on standby with business updates. Over to you now, Mary.
Thank you, Simisola. Hello and public debt stock stood at 44.06 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2022, which is 2.85% higher than the 42.84 trillion naira recorded in the second quarter of 2022. The National Bureau of Statistics revealed this in its Nigerian domestic and foreign debt third quarter 2022 report. The data showed the debt figure comprised the debt stock of the federal government, the 36 state governments and the Federal Capital Territory. It, however, showed that the share of external debt to total public debt stood at 38.9% in the third quarter of 2022, while domestic debt was recorded at 61.08%. Well, we'll take a short break and be back with stock market report. Well, 142 billion naira, that's the amount investors recorded as gains at the close of trading. Market capitalization closed at 29.1 trillion naira. Similarly, the all-share index inched higher to 0.49%. That's 53,499 basis points. Today, we see new equities emerge as top gainers. Seplat Energy and Industrial and Medical Gases PLC led 20 gainers, just as market breadth closed flat with 20 losers also. Now, despite the gains, the market summary shows decline in volume, value and deals as 200 million volume of shares were traded in 3,716 deals. Now, it's been 3 consecutive days of positive trading for the NGX. Investors can only hope the gains can be replicated in future trade. Now, a look at some select global stocks. Another mixed trading day for the FTSE and Dow Jones. In the UK and US, stocks slipped as investors await the latest policy decision from the Federal Reserve. That's why we can see that the FTSE is trading at 0.15% and the Dow Jones is also trading down at 0.70%. And that's the stock market report. Simisola, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And on the global scene, the United States and its allies have imposed further sanctions on Myanmar's military rulers amid deepening conflict 2 years since the military seized power in a coup. In a statement by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Washington imposed sanctions on 6 individuals and 3 entities linked to the regime's efforts to generate revenue and secure arms. Meanwhile, the United Nations Special Reporter on Human Rights in Myanmar, Tom Andrews, has described the country's military administration as illegal and illegitimate. He cautioned that the regime appeared to be trying to seek legitimacy through elections and urged the international community not to provide any support. And in sports, the Nigeria Football Federation has decorated 29 referees with FIFA badges and urged them to be upright in the discharge of their duties. President of the NFF, Ibrahim Gusau, said this on Wednesday at the 2023 FIFA badging ceremony at the conference hall of the Goal Project in Abuja. Representing the NFF General Secretary Sanusi Mohammed, Gusau said that FIFA had become Nigeria's ambassadors who should consider the image of the country when called upon. Gusau further advised the referees to showcase the rare qualities that made them worthy of consideration for elite refereeing status. Well, that's our package this evening. Many thanks for watching. I'm Simisola Ajigun. Bye for now.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time. Thank you for joining us again on the news with the State Emergency Management Authority or 7 There's going to be history, 1 Voduma, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Danfo is the most recognizable cultural icon or artifact as it is in Lagos currently. You know, when you look at every city in the world, most cities have like a particular structure or object or something you can use to represent or identify them. Lagos has quite a number of artifacts, but I think and I believe Danfo is like an outstanding cultural artifact that once you put it, it symbolizes Lagos, and everybody who knows Lagos can easily recognize Lagos with the Danfo. So I feel it's the best thing to do by using Danfo to create my art, or using it as my major means of telling my artistic stories. Portraits of public figures in Lagos. It's a collection that is talking about people who play important role in our day-to-day lives in Lagos, just like the truck pusher, like the market woman, the Okada man, the keke rider, and even the conductors and the admirers. They are making Lagos going and keep Lagos moving. So I believe when we talk about public figures, some people might want to think about some particular people who really are not serving the public. So I believe these people have been playing important roles, and they've been serving people over the years. Have you ever imagined like a particular driver who runs like 5 trips in a day, and he runs the road for 1 week? How many passengers is he serving? How many people is the conductor attending to? They are actually public figures, but because we don't really see them as important enough, that is why we don't honor them enough, like the way we honor some other people who really don't serve us, and we consider them public figures. But I also believe that these guys are public figures, and they should be given some recognition and should get some reward for the work they have put into our culture today. So that's why we have them as the major means of my characters for the exhibition. I want to believe minimalism is a reflection of my personality, because every artist sort of is representing himself or herself, and it's the way you behave, the way you think, the way you do things, and the way you love things. That's how you will create your own art. So your artwork is just like a reflection of your personality. So it's just an expression or an extension of you. So when you see minimalism, it is me you're seeing, and it is the way I think and the way I behave that is reflecting in my work. And another thing I like about these works is that it's very easy for you to get people interested in the message, because there is nothing else distracting them from the message. So minimalism takes people straight to the point. So once they see just one line, there must be something about it, and that is all we are trying to decode. And it makes more sense instead of clouding a painting or a drawing or an artwork with so many other unnecessary subject matter. The exhibition has gone global already, because first it's done in Alliance Francaise, the Lagos, and Alliance Francaise in other countries like in Accra, in Nairobi, in so many other countries. They have been seeing them also liking the work, and people from all around the world, even as far as America, Europe, have seen the show. So first, the show has gone global with the collaboration I had with Alliance Francaise that has puts this work to limelight, and I believe after this very exhibition, many other people and galleries would want something like this to run in their space. So that is already in the making. A lot of conversations are ongoing, and I am trusting that it's going to be great in the next outing, because it's going to be another big platform just like the one we have here. For these works in this particular exhibition, they are all paintings, and the paintings were done with acrylic on canvas. And so basically it's acrylic on canvas I used for this work although I work with so many other materials, like I do digital creation sometimes and I print on canvas as well, then I also do installation. So I quite have multiple forms of art, but for this exhibition, acrylic on canvas. Yeah, there are a lot of VIP downfall buses on the streets. If you would have noticed, like sometimes you write VIP. I have been into vehicles with VIP. I even took selfie right inside it because I was in a VIP downfall. So automatically, I want to believe it's a VIP driver. The passengers are also very important people. But conductor basically is a very important person in the downfall bus because it's more like the accountant, it's more like the HR person, is still the PR person. So I think I'm just trying to put some respect or trying to give some honor to the functions or the duties of a conductor who administrates the downfall bus. So that is why I created the VIP conductor after creating the fine boy conductor. Yeah, the fine boy conductor should just probably refer to like a fashionista, but in this case, it's just trying to show a little bit importance that is needed to be accorded to the conductor. And I have never included blue on a painting that has to do with Admiral conductor before. And blue, for me, it's a bit royal. And putting it on this painting is just because I'm trying to honor a few conductors that I would have entered their buses and appreciated the way they were managing the transport bus. Some of them are very good entertainers as well. So that's why I have a VIP conductor here. This is Market Woman. My mom is actually the market woman, and I was born around that period when she used to be actively selling in the market. She used to sell at Boundary Market because we were living at Ajegunle then. So right in this painting, I depicted myself and her, like I'm the one at her back, and she's carrying me like she would carry me to everywhere when I was young as a child. And I tried creating a design of a wrapper with the tomatoes and pepper she used to sell. So that's why you have the circles of orange, yellowish, reddish kind of colors, which shows pepper tomatoes. And right here I depicted like the yellow and black nylon that they use in selling in the market. Although it could also serve like a downfall because she probably would be entering downfall too at that point in time. So I just try to create a story that will show the everyday experience the regular market woman goes through. They leave the house very early in the morning, sometimes around 4, 5, even with babies like me when I was small. And whatever the weather was, the children experienced it with their parents. So that's my life, and that's what the painting is about. Yeah, right at my left is Fine Boy Conductor. It's one of my favorite pieces from year 2020, and I think it's quite a very popular and loved piece because I knew I used it to apply for Artex review back then, and I was selected for it because I think the work speaks volume. And you know, like I said earlier about the other piece who was a conductor, I was talking about the importance of conductor in the Lagos traffic system, and I have met a fine boy conductor before. I can remember one particular guy that I entered his bus from mile 2 to Oshodi. He sounded like a graduate because his English was very polished and he looked quite neat and good, and I just felt like, yeah, their conductors were also fine boy. And probably situations around us in Lagos or life, or since some of us don't have opportunities to get what we want, some people might just choose to do that in the meantime. So it's just a thing of recognizing those people who want to genuinely make their life or make ends meet for themselves. So you could find some fine boy conductor, and I think they deserve some honor and some respect as well. That is why I did a particular piece just to honor the fine boy conductor. I have another of my beautiful pieces, and it's the Danfo driver. And I think Danfo to me suggests speed a lot of time, and capturing speed in art is not really easy because the art is static and it's still is just there. But I think I tried showing the speed in the body of the driver himself by showing some kind of cut lines which you could also connect to the way they design Danfo buses. But another thing I have known about the Danfo drivers is that because of the hardship of the road and the people they are dealing with, they have to have a different kind of high, and their eyes are red because they have to deliver. So I have just tried capturing all these so plenty stories and events that happen on the daily basis in the Danfo driver's life in this small painting. And I also try showing the Danfo bus with the yellow colors and the black line down here. So basically, if you want me to begin to explain color again, I could tell you that, like, you know, they have some kind of hopes and beliefs and a future for their business or for whatever they're doing. So like you could see, I have a different color that is not common in the Danfo scheme, just to show that aspiration or desire for something more beautiful that could come out of all these experiences. I knew I also met a driver who, not a Danfo driver actually, but a driver who was telling me that he's believing that someday he's going to carry somebody in his vehicle and they will be able to discuss about things in life and the person could change his life. So he has very, very positive expectation about the work he's doing. Irrespective of being there, he believes there's something better for him out there. But he believes the person who is going to make the difference could be one of the passengers that will patronize him. So I just think I would encourage Danfo drivers to keep the hopes alive if they have hope. For those who are losing hope, I'm encouraging you to have hope, because there is hope. And once we keep the hope alive, the difference will be made in our lives. I have my Danfo chief right here beside me, and I know in every kingdom they kind of have like royalties or chiefs or kings or people that they hold to some respect or some regard. And in the Danfo sector, we have people that we actually look at and we give some regard to, like from the park, from the streets and all of that. And somehow they don't get any chieftaincy title for their position, but people respect them because of the personality they have right in the park or on the street. So I just felt that there was a need to create a painting that could honor like those people who have really put themselves in position to control and place some sort of order in the Danfo system. So in the painting, I tried creating like a bead made with black and yellow, just to use the Danfo color for the chief. So this is the chief. I hopefully would also want to be one of the Danfo chiefs in the future, because it's going to make my work make more sense to people, because I'm also trying to make a difference with Danfo. So that is why I created Danfo chief. For those of us who patronize Danfo buses, we have met different people inside the bus, and we know one of those popular characters I have personally encountered are those fashionistas or those slave mama, as we call them, and you may never believe some of them enter Danfo buses because of the way they carry themselves. They could enter a Danfo bus to a journey, like they started the journey with a Danfo bus, but they end up entering maybe like a ride or a drop later, and they don't want to create the impression or give anybody the impression that they patronize Danfo. And I think what I want to do is to get us to talk about that story, about those kind of people. And so that is why I did the yellow CC, and the yellow just resonates with the color of the Danfo. So she's a Danfo CC, and she's more or less like every other passenger, but she wouldn't want to be associated with Danfo. But I am saying, babe, I saw you in the Danfo bus. The next piece right here is Journey Just Come. That's the full word. In Lagos, all of us know in our JJC with a column. So when we say JJC, we're actually referring to a newcomer, somebody who is new to Lagos. And once somebody is new to Lagos, the tendency that the person is new will reflect in the way the person behaves and the way the person does things. And you know, just to make it interesting for people who are new in Lagos to know that there's something like JJC, I have created a painting that talks about such kind of people, or that will make people to reflect about their traveling to Lagos. If they are coming for the first time, they just need to get people who will give them the right information, so they would have a very wonderful experience in Lagos. I tried making it a little bit symbolic by, like the body of the person shows more like a direction. So this person is calling out for direction, and the person has the chances of getting the right direction, which was symbolized with the blue line, or getting the wrong direction, which I have symbolized with the red line. So, and for this very JJC, or for every other JJC who probably were not fortunate enough to meet the right person, their eyes could turn red after a very funny experience. So that's why the figure here has a red eyes. So, and I think anybody who is new to Lagos and hears about this work would be conscious of the fact that they're in a new environment. It's not only Lagos, wherever you go to, you will also become a JJC, not until you get used to the place and the people and what they do. So, but it's a good thing to experience new things, to travel around, and that's the more reason why I created this particular piece called JJC. The prevalence of Okada in Lagos especially, I think, is as a result of the constant traffic we experience. Even on my way here, I faced traffic for almost half of the time that would have taken me to get to the gallery space, and I think it's really a concern for so many of us, because we want to move and people would rather want to jump on bikes just to save time. I live around mile 2 axis, so I can tell people much more about Okada than so many other people who live in some other areas in Lagos, because the traffic there is just crazy most of the time. And because of that, people take Okada. I found myself in traffic for hours, but just because I am not the Okada person, I would rather sit in the traffic. But I think it's just important to say something about the Okada culture, and I could say some of them are very, very reckless, and that's the more reason why I don't recommend it, but I have taken it at so many occasions too. So I just tried capturing the Okada man, because I believe the Okada man is a significant figure in contemporary Lagos culture. The concern about culture, both for Nigeria and for everywhere in the world, is that it metamorphoses over time. There are things that were used when I was a kid that I'm no longer seeing them used by anybody anymore. And that is how the government have tried to see how they could face off Okada. even if it is still there. But I just believe that every aspect of our experience or our Lagos today should be documented, and all the characters should have a place on my canvases. So that's why I created this Okada Man. But this piece is interesting because it depicts somebody who has become what he's doing, like you become your profession. You are inseparable from your profession. You cannot be understood in isolation. You could see the man holding the bike, and you could see the circles down there. So, but his body has become part of the machine that keeps the Okada going. So you can't separate the Okada from the man. And everybody in Lagos knows that we call them Okada Man. So we have even used the language, that's the linguistic connection of the word for that person to include his profession. So calling him Okada Man is like tying Okada to his personality, and that's like a professional name for such profession, even if it is not considered like a real profession. But I just think it makes sense when you create pieces that really speak volume. It's more or less like what I did in my truck pusher painting. I know you can't cut the word truck away from the pusher, so it goes together, and the truck pusher is one person, but in the painting too, the truck and the person, they are one. So it's just that kind of interesting thing I think I've been able to create through this particular piece right here before us. I have Area Mama right beside me, and you know, she's like a very popular character in the streets most times, because there are always women like that in very many societies or on the streets, where some people are very much recognized because of their influence in terms of their personality, and in most cases like in Lagos setting, when it has to do with the Danfo guys and all those kind of things, they are very colorful people. They wear like different colors, like very fashionista. You see several piercing, you see colored hairs, and you know, all of that. So I'm just trying to depict that flashiness of an area mama in this very painting. So that is why you see the colors very vibrant and coming out. I wouldn't know why ladies like blue, but I tried borrowing blue and pink, each color, just to show that love and connection for for blue and pink. So I want to believe you will love it when you see it in person.
I think it's an interesting tribute to all the people working on the street of Lagos, because we all know that Lagos is very, crowded and busy, and the hustle and the bustle of Lagos. But the way Mr. Danfo represented is a very minimalist way, with just few lines. It looks like it's not much work, but it is actually. And I think the fact that he called this public figures of Lagos is interesting, because when you look at it, you might think it's just few lines, or it's a robot, or you're not very sure, and then you understand that it's the KK driver, it's the Okada man, and the way he represented it is quite intriguing, because it doesn't look like that in real life, so it's a nice transcription.
I've known the artist for more than 12 years now, and he has passed through my studio a couple of times. I knew him when he was in school, was always bringing his ideas, and I saw him as a young man who is full of ideas and is always itching to express himself. So when he came up with the idea of Danfo, in fact, what I told myself was that I'll come and sit at the show, and I'm here. What I've seen today is the use of lines, shapes, what we call geometry, to achieve an effect of what we also call minimalism, meaning that you can use a line to represent a human being. That means you have minimalized that particular figure. So that is what he has employed to express himself, and it has come out in a very beautiful way, because when you go through the work, you will see stories rendered in a very simple way that is not complicated, and that's also very easy for anybody, any Dikanhari, to understand. That is the essence of what he has done, and I think I need to commend him, because many artists will not do this part.
I came to find a very interesting show here by Linus. It's a young man, a young artist whose work is really interesting because it's historical. It's work that dealt with reality. You know, it's work that concerns itself with about issue-based matter that we find around in Lagos. If you come to look at the works, you find the yellow buses, which is quite significant into almost all the pieces he has done. You find the Okada rider, you find the Keke Napeps, and you find the fact that it's trying to call our attention to see the kind of people that commute us from one place to another. We all board some of these means of transportation, like the Keke Napep, the buses, the Danfo, and some of these drivers are sometimes very high on drugs, and we kind of risk our life allowing them to drive us even roughly on the road. And if you try to talk to them, they complain. For you to find an artist quite interested in these details is something that piqued my interest in coming to the show to see what the artists have done. And sincerely speaking, it's awesome what I'm seeing on ground. He's not interested really about just decorative art. These are works that dealt with issues that concerns the average Lagosians. Lagos is quite home for almost all sorts of people. You find almost all the tribes of Nigeria in large quantity in Lagos, and the artist have taken his time to look at what is very common to almost all the public living in Lagos. For me, it's a very interesting show, especially for the fact that these are issue-based ideas.
On the news tonight, Supreme Court sacks Emmanuel Bwacha as Taraba APC governorship candidate. Also, the Supreme Court fixes date to rule on suit against Ahmed Lawan's senatorial candidacy. And cash scarcity hits major cities in Nigeria as POS operators charge double for withdrawals. Glad to have you join us on News Now at this hour. I am Simisola Atigun. The Supreme Court has nullified the nomination of Emmanuel Bwacha as the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC in Taraba State. Delivering judgment on Wednesday, a 5-member panel led by Kudirat Kekereakon affirmed the verdict of the Federal High Court, which held that the APC candidate did not conduct any valid governorship primary in the state. David Sambo Kente, one of the aspirants, had filed the suit against Bwacha's candidature. In its judgment, the Apex Court held that the Court of Appeal was wrong to have set aside the decision of the trial court initially sacking Bwacha and ordered that a fresh primary be conducted. Meanwhile, a Federal High Court in Jalingo on Friday sacked Bwacha from the Senate for defecting to the All Progressives Congress, APC. The Supreme Court also has fixed February 6 for the final judgment in the long-drawn legal battle over the authenticity of the senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress for Yobe North Senatorial District. Entangled in the legal battle for the senatorial ticket are the incumbent Senate President Ahmed Lawan and Bashir Machina. Justice Chima Onweze, who presided over a 5-man panel of justices of the court, fixed the date after taking arguments from counsel of both parties. APC, which is rooting for Senate President Ahmed Lawan as its senatorial candidate, filed the appeal against the judgment of the Federal High Court and Court of Appeal, which held Bashir Machina as the party's candidate. Now, joining me to discuss the Supreme Court's judgment is political affairs analyst Segun Shokwiton. Many thanks for joining me on the news, Segun. Now, this is the second time Emmanuel Bwacha will be sacked as the APC governorship candidate for Taraba State on the grounds that he did not comply with the electoral law, and now the court has ordered for a fresh election to be held. Now, could this move affect the chances of the APC?
Well, it definitely will. I mean, let's not forget that the gubernatorial elections will hold on March 11th, which is just a little more than a month from now. So they really don't have time to do this. And in any case, I don't think that the Electoral Act 2022 that this election is being run on will allow for any other action on the part of the APC in terms of trying to replace Bwacha, Senator Emmanuel Bwacha. You know, there is a deadline for submission of the names of candidates and a deadline for substitution of those candidates in the event that there are issues, legal battles, and whatever else might happen. And as we all know, both deadlines have passed. We are now in the final running towards the elections. There is no way that the APC can conduct primaries to replace Bwacha. So, in my view, I stand to be corrected. Maybe the legal practitioners may know better, but in my view, based on the Electoral Act, the APC has lost the election before it has even been held. You know, because what this means is that they don't have a candidate in that election. So they will get votes, but people that know better and the other parties in that election will take full advantage of this and ensure that the electorate are aware that there is no candidate for that party. Remember that this is not a new scenario. In the 2019 elections, Zamfara State was lost to the PDP on similar grounds. Rivers State, the APC suffered a similar fate in Rivers State, so where the party lost those elections without even participating in them. So this would not be the first time that we're seeing this, and I think that the APC is out of that election as it stands.
Now, on another judgment by the Supreme Court, the case between Bashir Machina and Senate President Ahmed Lawan on the rightful candidate for the APC Yobe North senatorial ticket has been fixed for February 6 for final judgment. Now, how do you think this will pan out?
Well, I mean, this is Nigeria, and we know that a lot of times a lot of things happen under the table that determine final outcomes in cases, you know, judicial or indeed any other sector of the Nigerian society. So I would not be surprised if the Senate President eventually wins this case, and because in any case the APC actually wants him, It's the APC that is actually pushing this case, not even him as a person. And the reason for that is not particularly far-fetched. We all know that Senate President Ahmed Lawan contested in the primaries for the presidency around about the same time that the primaries for the senatorial seats were done. So what has happened is he's lost out on the senatorial seat, lost out in the presidential primaries, and the party is trying to compensate him. So I think that he'll probably scale through this hurdle and will continue to operate in the Senate. But then, you never can tell. We might see a surprise. I think it's important to just note that for our political actors, they should understand that the season of impunity will come to an end one day in Nigeria. Our politicians are used to playing games with the destiny and the lives of the electorate. And I think that they should understand that this will not continue forever. So I hope that the course of justice will be served in these two cases, and that
Well, many thanks for joining me on the news, for your time and your contribution, political affairs analyst Shegun Shopiton. Moving on, more than 1 month after the official release of the new 200, 500 and 1,000 naira notes, citizens still lament the scarcity of cash in banks across the country. To make matters worse, several point-of-sale operators have locked their business outlets following the scarcity, while the few ones operating charge higher commissions for every withdrawal. Meanwhile, customers flooded automated telemachines, ATMs, waiting and expecting new currencies and to make urgent withdrawals. Speaking with TV360 Nigeria, residents in Lagos say the situation has made business transactions difficult for them, adding that amid the fuel scarcity currently ravaging the country, the cash crunch has increased the cost of food items and transportation.
The situation of the country is really hard to tell. Like right now, there's no money in the country anymore. Normal, if you withdraw 5,000, it's normal 100 naira charges. Right now, if you want to take 5,000 for POS operators, they charge you for 500 naira, 10,000, 1,000, 20,000, 2,000. 125,000 is 3,000 naira. So, for instance, today now, I walk all the way from Idushaga looking for money to withdraw, just to come to work. So are we sure, even with the extension, that there will be money? How are we sure? The situation has affected everybody. You can look. Everywhere is dry. People are not buying markets because there's no money. People who are doing business are not selling. So how are we sure the extension is going to help? So it's left for the CBN and the government to know what they're supposed to do to help the situation.
The POS is not even working at all. We can't use that. The network from the bank now is not good at all. We can't withdraw. We can't transfer. If you withdraw, it will be declined and you will be debited. They can't retrieve it. There's nothing we can do. We cannot even get cash at all presently. All I want now is we should be having access to money. That is all I want. Either they extend it or they don't extend it. That one is none of my business. All I know, I have money in my account. I cannot buy food to eat. Why?
Last week, Monday, I went to the Keystone Bank to withdraw money. Only for me, just 2 people before me, the money got finished. And it was only one ATM that was dispensing. And the only one that was spent was in 1,000 naira notes. I couldn't get enough transport to get home yesterday. I had to go to a POS, and they were telling me on Monday, I withdraw 10,000 naira for 300 naira. For me to go there again the following day, which was yesterday, they were telling me 10,000, 1,000 naira. So you can see it has been so very, very bad. For a country like this, it's very, very, very bad. Everybody the masses are suffering.
Ever since the introduction of the new naira notes, we have been having issues getting money from the bank, and right now to even get old notes and the new notes is a very big challenge. Even if you go to the bank, they want to withdraw 100k. Before you can get the 100k, you even have to pay to get the 100k. And we cannot be at loss, saying we want to give out cash and our charges will still be the same price. So because of that, we have to increase our charges so that we can get our money back for the amount of money we collected from the bank and then make our interest from it.
Prior to the cashless policy, it's easier for us to go to the bank, withdraw money. The moment the cashless policy comes into the system, it's very, very difficult to get cash through the bank. So we are also getting this cash from ATM, just like any other Nigerian. We queue up at ATM centers, maybe as early as 7 a.m. in the morning, up to the 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. in the night, waiting for the cash. So it's very, very difficult for us to go through all that pain and someone just come to our shop and they are expecting to get the cash as before.
Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has faulted the timing of the Naira redesign, saying the move makes no political or economic sense. In a televised interview on Wednesday, the governor said that though the policy was the right way to go in achieving the desired change the country yearns for, the timing and deadline set for it nullified its purpose. While exonerating President Muhammadu Buhari, El-Rufai claimed that some unnamed individuals were leveraging the president's ambition to enthrone a working Nigeria in order to thwart his efforts. Meanwhile, the federal government has responded to allegations by Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State that some elements in the presidential villa are working against the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress. Reacting to El-Rufai's comments, Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, while addressing State House correspondents on Wednesday, restated the President Buhari's position that his administration will only focus on ensuring a free, fair and credible election and not favor or cause anyone to be at a disadvantage. He further contended that if there is anyone working against any candidate, it is officially not known.
One thing I can assure you is that no matter who, this administration is focused and determined to ensure a free and fair election. And I think this administration and those that matter now, who was the most important person in this administration to me is Mr. President. And I think he has shown by words and by deed that he is committed to a free, fair and credible election. And fair, free and credible election actually means not favoring anybody or disadvantaging anybody. And everywhere he goes, he makes that very clear. Even as recently as Friday, when he was in Daura, he said the same thing. So if there's anybody who's working against any candidate, we don't know officially. Now,
Speaking on Nigeria's low rating by Transparency International on Tuesday, the minister said the government has very impressive records based on achievements by the EFCC, ICPC, among others, and is therefore not bothered about the ratings. He added that the administration's fight against corruption is not to impress the Transparency International, but to engender growth in the country politically and economically.
Transparency International rating of Nigeria. And my position is the same. Well, you see, we're not fighting corruption because we want to impress Transparency International or any organization whatsoever. We are fighting corruption because we believe if you don't fight corruption, there will be no growth, either in terms of, the economy or even political. Therefore, what we do and what we have put in place to fight corruption is not because we want to be rated by anybody. I'm proud to say that we have been more proactive in fighting corruption, but people are not willing to see those things that we have put in place in fighting corruption. And that's why I gave you that example of putting aside money that has been returned for specific projects so that we can monitor how those funds are being used. Now again, the courage of this administration, even to expose high-ranking, officials of the administration who have run foul of the law is evidence of our determination and courage to fight corruption.
Amid growing pressure to announce his preferred presidential candidate in the forthcoming election, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has said he never told the public the method by which he would disclose his choice. Wike said this in response to the former Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Nemasa Dakuko Peterside, who had challenged Wike to name his presidential candidate as expected. Speaking during a campaign rally in Port Harcourt on Wednesday, Wike said he never promised to reveal his preferred candidate on camera and will tell the people of Rivers State the candidate to support.
I have told most people who don't know, this fight we are fighting is like a guerrilla warfare. Yes, so. Do you understand? Yes, so. The more you look, the less you see. The more you look, the less you see. I never told anybody one day I will bring camera and announce to you this is who will go. I said I will tell Rivers people the candidate they will support. Not so? Not so. I did not tell you the method of saying it. I did not tell you I will bring live coverage and say it. But Rivers people know. Is it not correct? Yes, sir. Are you not aware? We are aware. Are you not aware? We are aware. In a way to make a carry live coverage, we are hereby going to Joseph. Far, far, far. Follow. Far, far, far. Follow. But you are aware. We are aware. You are aware. We are aware. Are you not aware? We are aware. Are you not aware? We are aware. Look at what is happening. And a man who has never passed an election is coming to say, name your candidate. Has he ever campaigned for anybody? He can't. So, all what we are doing here, what is the problem? And that's what I want all of you to understand. What is the problem? All we say, which we have said every day, every time, is our Constitution says you take this and let the people take that. That's what he said. That's what he said. Because I said, Yendeba.
We'll take a break here, but still to come, China tracking all thrusts and emerging more transmissible COVID variant. We'll bring you this story and more right after this break. Welcome back. Now here's a recap of some of our main stories tonight. The Supreme Court has nullified the nomination of Emmanuel Bwacha as the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC in Taraba State. David Sabo Kente, one of the aspirants, had filed a suit against Bwacha's candidature. Delivering judgment on Wednesday, a 5-member panel led by Kudirat Kikeriakon affirmed the verdict of the Federal High Court, which held that the APC did not conduct any valid governorship primary in the state. We also told you that the Supreme Court has fixed February 6th for final judgment in the long-drawn legal battle over the authenticity of the senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress for Yobe North Senatorial District. Entangled in the legal battle for the senatorial ticket are the incumbent Senate President Ahmed Lawan and Bashir Machina. Justice Chima Onweze, who presided over a 5-man panel of justices of the court, fixed a date after taking arguments from counsel of both parties. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. The Omicron subvariant CH11, also known as Orthros, which is becoming increasingly prevalent in Britain and the United States, is unlikely to cause another wave of outbreaks in the mainland in the near future, Chinese health authorities have said. Although the most prevalent variants in China continue to be the BA52 and B57, but 24 cases of CH11, a more transmissible subvariant, has been reported in China in the past 3 months. The emerging variant was first identified in India last July and is now present in 67 countries, accounting for more than 6% of genomic sequence data reported globally. The United States President Joe Biden has informed Congress that his administration will formally end 2 national emergencies declared to address the COVID-19 pandemic on May 11, restructuring the federal response to the virus as an endemic public health threat. The announcement was made in a statement while opposing resolutions being brought to the floor this week by House Republicans to bring the emergency to an immediate end. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has recorded 1.1 million COVID deaths in the U.S. since 2020, although the death rate has dropped dramatically since vaccines became widely available. We'll take another short break here and be back with more stories in business. To stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Mary Kanu is on standby with business updates. Over to you now, Mary.
Thank you, Simisola. Hello and welcome to Business News. Nigeria's public debt stock stood at 44.06 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2022, which is 2.85% higher than the 42.84 trillion naira recorded in the second quarter of 2022. The National Bureau of Statistics revealed this in its Nigerian domestic and foreign debt third quarter 2022 report. The data showed the debt figure comprised the debt stock of the federal government, the 36 state governments and the Federal Capital Territory. It, however, showed that the share of external debt to total public debt stood at 38.9% in the third quarter of 2022, while domestic debt was recorded at 61.08%. Well, we'll take a short break and be back with Stock Market Report. Well, 142 billion naira, that's the amount investors recorded as gains at the close of trading. Market capitalization closed at 29.1 trillion naira. Similarly, the all-share index inched higher to 0.49%. That's 53,499 basis points. Today, we see new equities emerge as top gainers. Seplat Energy and Industrial and Medical Gases PLC led 20 gainers, just as market breadth closed flat with 20 losers also. Now, despite the gains, the market summary shows decline in volume, value and deals as 200 million volume of shares were traded in 3,716 deals. Now, it's been 3 consecutive days of positive trading for the NGX. Investors can only hope the gains can be replicated in future trade. Now, a look at some select global stocks. Another mixed trading day for the FTSE and Dow Jones. In the UK and US, stocks slipped as investors await the latest policy decision from the Federal Reserve. That's why we can see that the FTSE is trading at 0.15% and the Dow Jones is also trading down at 0.70%. And that's the stock market report. Simisola, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And on the global scene, the United States and its allies have imposed further sanctions on Myanmar's military rulers amid deepening conflicts 2 years since the military seized power in a coup. In a statement by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Washington imposed sanctions on 6 individuals and 3 entities linked to the regime's efforts to generate revenue and secure arms. Meanwhile, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in Myanmar, Tom Andrews, has described the country's military administration as illegal and illegitimate. He cautioned that the regime appeared to be trying to seek legitimacy through elections and urged the international community not to provide any support. And in sports, the Nigeria Football Federation has decorated 29 referees with FIFA badges and urged them to be upright in the discharge of their duties. President of the NFF, Ibrahim Gosso, said this on Wednesday at the 2023 FIFA badging ceremony at the conference hall of the Goal Project in Abuja. Representing the NFF General Secretary Sanusi Mohammed, Gosso said that FIFA had become Nigeria's ambassadors who should consider the image of the country when called upon. Gosso further advised the referees to showcase the rare qualities that made them worthy of consideration for elite refereeing status. Well, that's our package this evening. Many thanks for watching. I'm Simisola Ajigun. Bye for now.
Top of the morning to you, Nigeria, and welcome to What's Your Take, a down-to-earth news program in which Nigerians from all walks of life get to express their opinions on the big stories that have the potential to impact our daily lives and well-being. My name is Dayo Akintobi, and I will be taking us through those stories that made the headlines this past week. Well, as you all know, this last week was a week of queues, a week of extensions, and for the first time in a very long time that I can remember, this past week was one where the Naira was much more sought after than the dollar. Can you imagine that that would ever be our situation? That the Naira is actually of more importance to any Nigerian than the dollar. And that's essentially what we had this past week. So let's get into the program this morning. With me this morning is our newscaster, Yetunde Afolabi, who will be telling us all about the big stories we'll be discussing today. Good morning, Yetunde.
Good morning, Dayo, and a very good morning, Nigeria.
Yesterday it was quite a topsy-turvy week for Nigerians, what with queues all over the place and politics taking center stage.
Yes, indeed, Dayo. It was very much a busy news week across all sectors of our daily lives in Nigeria.
Joining me to take a deep dive into the big stories that dominated the headlines last week is Abimbola Oyarinu. Abimbola is a lecturer in the University of Lagos, Department of African Affairs. Good morning, Abimbola. Thank you for joining us on What's Your Take today.
Good morning for having me. I'm actually an affiliate researcher with the Institute of African and Diaspora Studies, University of Lagos.
Yes, I got that a bit mixed up because I knew that you do something in the University of Lagos. I had you down as a lecturer, I had you as an associate, I had you as a politics and history and all that. Yeah. But needless to say, you are a very well-versed intellectual, you're an academic, and you're also a Nigerian, which is the major criteria for us here, is to have someone who understands the issues that are bedeviling us as a people.
I agree.
Good. Okay, Yetunde, what do you have for us this morning?
The really big story of last week happened just yesterday. And for those of us who may not yet have heard, it says that the Central Bank of Nigeria has extended the deadline for the use of old Naira notes to February 10. The move, announced by CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele in a press release shared with the media, was said to have been approved by President Muhammadu Buhari in response to complaints raised by Nigerians on the widespread lack of availability of the new Naira notes, which had given rise to long queues at the few bank ATMs that were dispensing the new notes. Over to you, Dayo.
Well, Abimbola, this is where we are. This has been the issue with Nigerians in the last week. This idea of the new Naira notes, which seem to have not been readily available for some reason which we don't understand, because the CBN has said that it produced enough notes, that there were enough to go around all the banks, that the banks were hoarding. And my take was that if CBN provided enough notes to the banks and the banks are hoarding it and not passing it on to their customers, then the CBN as regulator should be able to take the banks to task, because at the end of the day, it's the everyday Nigerian, me, you, Yetunde, and everybody else who suffered. I was in ATM queues on Friday, on Saturday for hours on end, and at the end of the day, most of the time I walked away empty-handed. What do you think has caused this divergence between supply and demand in terms of the new Naira notes, and also the extension that was finally granted yesterday? Do you think that was a good thing? Should the CBN have held its line? Nigerians being what we are, my sense is that February 9 we'll be back at this same pass again, where people will be saying, we didn't have enough time, give us more time. Is there ever enough time? Or should you just set a deadline and keep to it, knowing that we as a people, we end up getting complacent?
What I think is the economy doesn't respond to some of our actions and inactions. The economy operates on principles, and if we had gone ahead with the policy, I am sure would have grounded the economy, because the economy needs fuel to run, and we are more of a cash-based economy than a cashless economy. And seeing the impact this had in the last few weeks, I mean, queues have become part of our lives now. You can queue for hours to get fuel. Now we're queuing to even get money. It's an indication that the cashless policy has failed. is an indication that the political decision to change the Naira impromptu has affected the economy badly. And I think we do not learn anything from history. That's why we keep repeating the same mistake. Because I tell you, we have been using economic and structural issues to settle political scores. You remember that the creation of states in Nigeria in the first place was a political decision that grounded the entire Nigerian state, that grounded the structure that the Nigerian state was built on. Now we're here again to solve a political problem. People that should be in jail, people that should, be prosecuted for flouting rules, for hoarding cash, because we do not want to directly go for them, all Nigerians must suffer. How did it get here in the first place that people now have more money at home than banks? This is an anomaly in the system. Rather than plug that, we had to, go for currency change. Yeah, it's not like the currency change itself is a bad decision, but it was not properly planned, because I am sure the idea just came up, as a way to plug the issue of
vote buying for the election.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was purely a political decision that has affected the economy badly. And as you know, politics will always respond. Politicians have contacts, they have networks, and I'm sure they are using their networks in the banks to frustrate the policy.
So, but as a policy in itself, are you saying that the infrastructure is not robust enough to make this workable? I heard you say we're not ready for a cashless economy, we're a cash society, but we know that the way of the world now is moving towards cashless, is technologically centered and focused. Cash is expensive to print, to maintain, to distribute, and of course there's a lot to be said for going cashless. So the policy in and of itself, was it wrong for this environment, or is it simply the implementation that was poor?
The policy itself is not wrong. Different countries actually do, change their currency from time to time. You see that the dollar, sometimes they manipulate it in such a way that, they tell you from so year downwards they are not taking it. It is a way to sort of regulate cash flow in the economy, because one of the reasons why I believe we have runaway inflation is because there's too much money in the economy, and it is not getting back into the banking system. So in order to curtail that, these are policies that can be put in place to manage such anomaly. But the implementation and timing, which is where we as a country, we always get it wrong, because civil servants that are supposed to be the ones to carry these things out, we employ the worst of us in our civil service, and also the banks seem to have been compromised. The discipline that the banks used to have, it's no longer there, and these are the issues. All right, thank you.
Our camera crew went out over the weekend to talk to people in the ATM queues who are queuing to get new Naira notes. Let's hear what one or two of them had to say.
Last. I see still the new money to collect in one bank around Ilupeju, TikTok Trust Bank. But after I've been in several banks, all the popular banks, I've been there, I did not see the money to collect. I still see money to collect in one of the banks around Ilupeju. The bank is not popular like that, but the bank is paying for 5,000. I have to bring out my ATM card to collect money, because I can't go and suffer myself in market tomorrow to be buying something and I won't see money to buy something. So my own belief is that Mr. Emefiele or His Excellency Emefiele try to extend this deadline of these old notes and try to print more new notes out so we can see money to use to buy things. If I can still remember they said that the youth of Nigeria, they are lazy. Now the youth of Nigeria, they are working, hustling. They didn't depend on government. You now, you are not freezing the money that the youth of Nigeria is using, that they need to use to purchase markets, to sell out, to do business. So please just help us to extend it, Mr. Buhari. That's all what I can say.
All right. So what's next on your list here today among today's stories?
Your news story for today is about another extension, this one by Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, which extended the deadline for permanent voter card, PVC, collection to February 5th. Following poor turnouts recorded during the PVC collection exercise that has been running for the past few months, the INEC had extended the deadline for the collection of PVCs to February 5th to allow more voters to collect their cards and participate in the upcoming elections.
Abimbola, back to this issue of deadlines. Do you think it will make any difference, this extra 1 week or two that INEC has given those who didn't collect their PVCs up until yesterday? What are the chances that they will now go and collect it between now and February 5? Is it that people were preoccupied to the point that they couldn't go, or is it just that they were nonchalant about going? And if they were nonchalant about going, what are the chances that they will now go between now and February 5?
That is difficult to say. Well, all I can say is that I'm not sure there will be a massive turnout of people going to get their PVCs. Is it the right decision to extend? Yes, I think so. But the critical issue here is the method of distribution. As a young man growing up in this part of the world, when NEPA used to distribute bills, we had a structure in place. NEPA had a structure in place to distribute bills to every household in the country. I mean, why can't we employ that to distribute PVCs? We can do that. It's a strategy that can work and ensure that a larger number of us get PVCs within a week or two, and we don't have to go through this extension and deadlines, using this method.
But these people whose PVCs are there waiting, they went through the rigor of getting registered. So if they were willing to go to the location, maybe the INEC office at their local government, sit down for queues in hours, get fingerprinted, get photographed, fill out all their information, if they could go to that extent to register, it's the same amount of effort to collect the card. So perhaps it's not a distribution issue as you think. Could it be that people are disgruntled or dissatisfied or uninspired by the candidates and the options they have for the upcoming election to where they are no longer interested?
I think that this election is going to actually attract a number of new voters. A lot of people who have never voted in the past will vote in this election. And I think that it is because of the presence of options. Before we used to be saddled with the devil and the deep blue sea from the two big parties, and there seem to be a number of options across board. And a lot of people have generated interest as a result of that. And that makes our election a lot more robust, which is a good thing. But I think the exodus to get PVC, we've seen the best of it. I don't think there will be any massive turnout to get PVCs anymore. But a lot of people will still have the opportunity to actually get their PVCs, because some people did not get their PVCs because they were not interested in getting it. It is because of the rigor, in the process of actually getting the PVCs in the first place. When I went to get mine, I spent hours. So some people do not have the time. And for some, they think it's a worthless exercise to spend all the hours, to get it. But I'm sure with reduced queues at the PVC points, a lot of people will actually go out to get it.
Okay, so the way you look at it simply is that if the distribution process is simplified, a lot more people will pick these cards up. So maybe it's a piece of advice to INEC.
The entire process actually can be made simpler. You see, from the registration point to PVC, you know, the process of registering your PVC, they've made that easy because you can be in the comfort of your home and just do the registration. You saw that a lot of people registered. Collection of PVC can equally be simplified. Then the elections, I don't know if we still have to register and go back home and come back to vote, but I think that has been corrected. You see, all of these things tend to disenfranchise a lot of Nigerians, and that in itself is anti-democracy.
Yes, okay. We'll see how it goes between now and February 5, and hoping that a whole lot more people will pick up their PVCs to give themselves an opportunity to participate in the upcoming elections. Yetne, what do you have for us next?
Our next news item for today is the declaration of the Osun State Governorship Election Tribunal that immediate past Governor Boyega Oyetola of the APC won the election. In a 2-to-1 split decision, the tribunal found that overvoting occurred in 744 wards across the state. After deducting that the votes illegally cast, Oyetola was found to have scored the majority of lawful votes of 314,931 against Adeleke's 290,266. The tribunal that instructed INEC to withdraw the certificates of return issued to PDP's Ademola Adeleke and presented to Oyetola.
Abimbola, this has BVAS written all over it. Did BVAS fail, or did BVAS actually help to expose this discrepancy? Because you know, BVAS has been, this notion of using technology for the election is what has inspired a lot of confidence in people about the prospects of a free and fair election in Nigeria for the first time. That will have a very clean election, and a lot of that confidence revolves or pivots around the notion of this BVAS, that the BVAS will ensure that any voter who presents himself is who he says he is, and it will accredit the fact that the PVC he is presenting is his PVC. So number one, it eliminates the fact that somebody else can vote for you. It's supposed to eliminate the fact that you can vote multiple times. It's supposed to eliminate the fact that you can vote without being accredited. So what now happened? How did overvoting occur? And don't get me wrong, it occurred on both sides. The only thing about this decision is that Adeleke's group or his supporters were found to have overvoted more. Oyetola's people overvoted as well, but theirs was less. So by the time they recalculated the numbers, Oyetola now has more votes than Adeleke. So does this mean BVAS failed? Or was it BVAS that helped to actually highlight the discrepancy? Are we in trouble with the upcoming election?
You see, there is no perfect system. BVAS is a new technology that we are trying to understand in this part of the world. Austrian elections, I have presented a lesson for INEC, and I'm sure they are working on how to plug some of the discrepancies noticed in the Austrian election. However, it's unfortunate that the judiciary has come again to actually decide the fate of our democracy. It is very unfortunate that we have to get to the point where people's votes are not what decides who become what. It is the judiciary's injunction that, you know, eventually picks the governors of different states and sometimes even decide our political leaders.
But isn't the judiciary doing us a favor to ensure that it's who we actually voted for that's going there? Isn't that what the judiciary's job is to do, is to ensure that the truth prevails?
Well, let me talk like the common man on the street, and I will say, are we sure that there's justice in the judiciary? You know, these are issues. When the judiciary starts to decide who gets what and how, it is an affront on democracy itself. It is the people that should decide, and when they vote in an election, you see, how did we get here in the first place? You recognize that there was vote buying, vote manipulation from both sides. I mean, you give it to the next man who has no discrepancies, because what we're simply doing is we're rewarding crime. Now, crime did not favor the losing party. They went to court to say, oh, there was actually a crime and we didn't commit much of the crime. And so what we are saying here is we are simply rewarding bad habits, basically.
Well, my take from where I sit, why don't we beef up our electoral systems in such a way that the ultimate result is above board and is incapable of being compromised or questioned to the point that the judiciary has no role to play? In many of the advanced democracies that have been in existence for many, many years, the result that's announced is usually above any kind of question or any kind of reversal. And ultimately, that's what I think we should look at, is how do we get INEC and the electoral process to beef up the systems in such a way that it will be clear who won. It will be above question.
We're already getting there. Technology is the way to go.
Yes.
And we're beginning to deploy technology to actually help us conduct our elections better. I am sure one of the reasons why it was easy for the tribunal to actually say, oh, this was what happened, was because of technology.
Yes.
And by the time politicians understand that it is no longer business as usual,
yes,
they would, pay more attention
yes,
to winning legal votes than for duplication of votes and vote buying and all of that.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. All right, Yetunde, what's your final story that you have for us today?
And our final big story for today is a really sad one that occurred yesterday, in which a container truck fell on a commercial bus at Ojuelegba Bridge in Lagos, leaving 9 dead and 1 rescued alive. The bus was said to be picking up passengers along the service lane beneath the bridge when the truck lost control and fell off the side of the bridge, where it landed on top of the bus, crushing it. Emergency crews were able to lift the container parts of the truck with a forklift, after which they cut off the top of the bud to access trapped passengers. A single adult female was evacuated alive, while 9 bodies were recovered, comprising 4 adult males, 3 adult females, 1 boy child, and 1 girl child. And that's all the stories we have for you on this edition of What's Your Take? I will now hand back to Dio, who will discuss this tragedy with our guest.
Ojuelegba Bridge again? It seems as if every other month something's falling off Ojuelegba Bridge. Is that bridge jinxed, or is it simply a technological anomaly, or what is the issue with Ojuelegba Bridge? I remember that back in a couple of administrations in Lagos State previously, they put a barrier across that Ojuelegba Bridge to stop vehicles of certain heights from ascending that bridge, because for some reason, maybe the way it curves, it seems to be susceptible to heavy vehicles falling over the side. So there was a time when they actually put a barrier so that vehicles taller than 7 feet couldn't pass. So all the trucks had to go through the bottom. But that seems to have disappeared, and now we're back to facing this unconscionable situation where innocent human lives are sacrificed as if they're worth no more than a chicken's life. This that happened yesterday, or on Sunday, I'm sorry, simply is just too painful to bear. And I can imagine the pain of the families who lost those 9 people. We're thankful for the 1 person who survived, but we are pained by the 9 people we lost, because it's a needless death. My question now is, the owner of the truck, the driver of the truck, what are their legal liabilities? What are their culpabilities? Are we going to see criminal prosecution? Vehicles, was the vehicle roadworthy? When I went to renew my roadworthiness license the other day, I didn't see 1 commercial vehicle there. And those are the ones whose roadworthiness we need to check. But we are having private vehicles, putting them through stress, but we're allowing commercial vehicles to skate. Was that vehicle roadworthy? Did it have good brakes? Did the tires still have tread? These are the questions, hard questions we need to ask, and I think we need to begin to hold people to account for homicide, because these are avoidable deaths. So somebody needs to pay a price. These deaths should not just go in vain. That's my take.
Our problem is holistic. It starts from the way we view life, the value we place on it. This is a country where, when accidents happen, we see it as that, accidents. But accidents don't just happen. Things don't happen because they must happen. Things don't happen because your village people said, oh, it's your time. I mean, you don't see these kind of things in the developed world. Is it that they don't have village people there? These are the issues that we should start to ask ourselves. By the time we start to hold people responsible for avoidable deaths like this, we would not see a change. But the government itself is culpable. That's why I'm sure they cannot take legal action against truck drivers who kill people with reckless abandon. What is the challenge of the government here? This particular point has always been a problem. You know, times without numbers, trucks have fallen, you know, at that particular spot. And the point is there's an engineering problem over there. There are two key spots in Lagos where you have these issues.
Otedola
and
Ojuelegba Bridge, yes.
So are we saying that the governor of Lagos, former governor of Lagos, Ambode, wanted to actually bring down that bridge because of things like this? You understand? And we have not looked at why these things are happening. This is the only country where we do not set up inquiries when the common man is involved. But if it's the politicians, they create committees and all that. But we need to set up an inquiry to look at why trucks fall on that place. What is the engineering problem? Then we now consider if, because the Speaker of the House of Rep actually said, because this is his constituency, he said that the trucks should not be allowed to pass the bridge. They should pass underneath the bridge. That is going to come with some traffic challenges too. And you see that the people will quickly forget the 9 people who have died, because, I mean, we don't place value on life here, and would say, oh, let them pass the bridge. But there is something that we can do to actually curb that in engineering-wise, and that is to relay that place. The vibration that these cars, you know, experience passing that place actually cause it to tumble. So we have sound engineers in this country that can look at that bridge and see what they can do to fix the problem.
Yes, and we hope they do take that seriously. You mentioned that the former governor perhaps had thought about bringing down the bridge, but there might be that jurisdictional issue about, oh, it's a federal road. Does a state governor have the authority to bring down a bridge on a federal road? Which goes to the notion of restructuring that the whole country is talking about. In terms of state power versus federal power, who has jurisdiction, who has authority. And that's where we must end it on this edition of What's Your Take. We thank all of you, our viewers, our newscaster Yetunde, our in-studio guest Abimbola Oyarinu, our producers, and most of all of you Nigerians. We also ask that you like, share, and subscribe on all our social media platforms showing on your screen, or go to our website to find out more. I am Dayo Akintobi, and thank you for watching today.